यहाँ #1 रहना एक जरूरत है। ये जंग जीतना हर एक टीम का सपना है और इस सपने को पाने के लिए ये अपना सब कुछ दांव पर लगाने को तैयार है। Pakistan is ready for the ultimate action.
Well, hello and welcome, ladies and gentlemen. You are watching the PUBG Mobile Pro League Pakistan Fall Split 2022, of course, brought to you by Oppo. Now we're here, day number 3 of week number 3, and it is all going on, all the action and masala, which I have really missed out on yesterday. Thankful to the Gurgaon rains that we've been having here lately.
Exactly.
But joining along with me is going to be Blotter, who's going to tell me all about yesterday's game. So how are you?
Well, first of all, I'm doing absolutely fabulous. And along with that, as you mentioned, right, this is week 3. And in that, it is a very critical week because
Right.
if the teams are not able to get themselves in the top 16, then we are going to have to bid them adieu. And of course, the grand finals, only top 16 will qualify. And when we talk about the leaderboard itself, you'll have a look.
Yeah.
There is a stark difference being created over there as well.
Yeah, of course. I mean, a lot of things that we really did not expect has been happening through the course of this week as we see all these teams that were on the very bottom battled out. It's like their last breath, the last hurrah that they're trying to make it inside the top 16. But yeah, of course, it's also about the prize money, right? $100,000 on the line, the first position getting $10,000, the second 6.5, third 4.5, and so on. It goes on. And the tournament MVP, they're also going to get $1,000 to themselves, and for the league series it's going to be just the same. That's going to be $2,500 per team. But more than that, Lakshay, you know, I've been yearning to talk about all these teams. So many teams, you know, like Regicide, Freestyle, H2E, all making their mark up, and they're getting all those points. And yeah, of course, to get those chicken dinners, this is the point structure. I mean, it's been quite standard. We are slowly witnessing a little bit of a change. Maybe in the upcoming editions of the PMPLs, we might get to see that happening. But for now, I mean, this has been going on for maybe around like 2 years right now, and it's been pretty consistent. Teams have gotten themselves acclimatized to this kind of a point structure. Nothing really fancy, but yeah, this is what it is.
Absolutely. And again, I mean, as you mentioned, of course, right now, the prize pool definitely is going to be helping them out. It is definitely going to be keeping the momentums up. But again, when it comes down to the storyboard itself, things definitely have taken a different toll this time around in this week 3. Where, of course, as you mentioned, the teams that were underperforming initially when this entire journey started off, they have just picked up the baton and are just moving along with a very difficult force that needs to be reckoned with. But on the other front, again, we see a difference in terms of the teams that were performing initially now are falling down, like big names, right? We've got BABLU, I8, who for this week 3 we've seen a downfall from their side.
I mean, yeah, of course, BABLU finally, you know, getting a chicken dinner yesterday. A little bit of you know, respite for these lads, but it's just not BABLU, like you said. You know, it's the big names, teams like I8 that are way down at the 16th position. And I mean, it's pretty evident that they're gonna head in to the grand finals. That's no one stopping them over there. But you know, this difference between Magnus and I8 is slowly starting to increase a lot, and there you can see, right, I8 really falling down a little bit, and Magnus taking that top spot, and they haven't looked back ever since. You know, especially from week number 2, they have been on a pristine form, and they've been rolling throughout the lobby, even if not getting any chicken dinners in this particular week. You know, it's the consistency and the amount of finishes that quite justifies how good they are as a team.
Absolutely. Along with that, another name I will want to mention, in fact, player that I would want to mention is from the side of team TUF, Edgar. Yesterday, he got back-to-back MVPs. Again, a very well-oiled team is what we've seen from the side of TUF in terms of the way that they've taken those fights and converted them. And along with that, it's clearly evident right here in the overall ranking that we can see they're sitting on the third spot with only one chicken dinner. So a lot of consistent play that has brought them to this stage right now. But of course, from this, we move on to the second page now. That is where I would like, of course, the viewers to keep a keen eye towards the points themselves, because there is a little bit of a difference between that 16th team, that is going to be Metershot X Sky with 285 points. Following them is TFT, Team Faulty Devils, with 244. So there is a little gap that needs to be covered for the teams that are on the 17th and below.
Oh yeah, I mean, this is what we've been talking about, right? This is all that week number 3 stands for. But like you said already, you know, only the top 16 teams are going to qualify. And for the Faulty Devils, A+B+C+D, Esports 52 and TmwEsports, they do not have a lot of matches. In fact, if I'm not wrong, it's just 12 games remaining. And in those 12 games, they have to ensure that these four, somebody needs to get inside the top 16. Otherwise, you know, the buck stops at Metershot Sky, and we finally have our top 16 heading on into the grand finals. And more than that, you know, we also do have that extra bonus map of Livik, which is going to happen day after, or around Monday,
Indeed.
if I'm not wrong. But regardless, you know, of whatever is happening right now, it is all about, you know, these 4 teams trying and hustling their way up, because if they do not do that, the journey in this PMPL will stand over. I mean, it was a long week, right? We've been having so many games. 48 games have already been played throughout the league stages, and now here onwards just 12 remain. But you know, a few comparisons being drawn upon Quraysh Esports, a team that really started off with a banger, but yesterday, you know, it was just that third position finish that is something really much to talk about. There was also a fourth, in fact, yesterday wasn't quite good for them. You know, Quraysh has been struggling, barring that first day where they got 2 chicken dinners, and then now we've seen them falter down. And it is, of course, 52 Esports, the defending champions, however. They have gotten a little bit of consistency in terms of their positioning, but not in terms of their finishes.
True, for 52 Esports. In fact, when you talk about 52 Esports in the same breath as Quraysh Esports, it is so on point, because yesterday that's exactly what 52 Esports were able to do against Quraysh Esports, and were able to knock them down, were able to get those points for themselves. But overall, again, there is a stark difference that can be seen here, and it is a downfall, of course. It is a massive downfall for this team right now. But again, there is definitely today, tomorrow, and day after, the 3-day that are available for them, if they can just somehow recreate those perfect moments that they showcased in, of course, week 3's day 1. Perhaps there is still a little bit of a storyline that can be changed for Quraysh.
I hope so, because now, you know, even if you're comparing how day 1 and day 2 went, you could see that huge difference, right? Especially day number 1, those 2 chicken dinners, and did accumulate a lot of points. But then right after, it has been a journey down, and it's sort of a roller coaster for them, and they haven't really been faring that well. And today is going to be the day where we kind of have more clarity on what's going on with Quraysh Esports, why that sort of a downfall in their performance, because, you know, we could see the difference, right? It was a stark difference, and it's something that was clearly not pleasing to all the Quraysh fans, because first day, I think it was the rise of Quraysh Esports started from week number 2, when they slowly started being really consistent, and then they carried forward that momentum. But after that, we witnessed that, you know, huge surge or a spike in day number 1's performance. But then after, in day number 2, it was a different story altogether. It felt like it was a different Quraysh that we had seen maybe during week number 1.
Exactly. Yeah, that is so on point, definitely, because the fights that they were part of yesterday, they were just not able to convert those fights for themselves. All 4 players were standing right there in front, and still were not able to synergistically, as we've seen them take on fights.
Yeah.
They were completely lackluster in terms of their approach. But today again is a new day. Today is another very critical, important day for the team. So we'll have to again keep our fingers crossed that today perhaps they can bring in the perfect gameplay for themselves, and of course walk away with a lot of points. But along with all of that, again, as we were mentioning, right, when it comes down to this week, well, only 16 teams are moving forth, and of course from that, on that finally on Monday, of course, we are also going to be looking forward to the top 12 teams for week 3, from which it seems like I8 might not be able to participate.
I mean,
Yeah, right. It is unexpected storyline change
let's
in
just hope for
Pakistan
the
PMPL.
best. I mean,
Yeah,
see, like we already discussed, right? I8 has qualified for the grand finals. You
Oh,
know,
yes.
all the I8 fans can be rest assured. But we have been talking about the momentum, right? Every single time you need to, keep building it up, like something what Magnus has been doing, right? They haven't
Exactly.
faltered even a little bit. But looking at I8, they're all in shambles, and it's a cause of concern for me. Now, this is a massive difference. Look at the survival time. Now, this is where it all comes down. It all boils down to almost around 18 minutes, 22 minutes. No, in those 4 minutes, we have 2 or 3 circles changing, and it seems like I8 have never really been making it to the final zones. And if that is not concerning, then what is? Because last, even when we came back in week number 3, I really thought that they would have worked over and fixed all those mistakes that they had made, but doesn't seem like so. They've been making it all over again, and those split fights, those unnecessary pickoffs. That initially you sort of forced into thinking that maybe they're trying something new, but that new
Right.
isn't really working, and as a result of it, it's sort of become a habit which they're not really able to rectify, and they need to address to this issue really soon, or else in the grand finals, maybe someone else could be walking off with the $10,000.
Exactly, and just to add on to that, because again, we talk about Magnus Esports, a team that has been consistent throughout. Yes,
Yeah.
I8 were on a perfect record that they were converting very good points for themselves, as we saw in week 1, the massive lead that they created. But then after that, the faltering down that is being showcased from them is unexpected, actually. But at the same point, I did actually bring up the same exact point yesterday with Shadow, so I'll ask you the same thing. Could it
Okay.
be intentional, perhaps? Could it be intentional so that they don't give away all of their strategies and keep a little bit of them for, of course, the grand finals?
No, I really think it's not the case, because
No.
no, intentional, definitely not, because I they have a legacy that has been created for them, in
True,
such a
true.
short span of time. Because I initially, when you talk about Pakistan region, names like QWERTY, names like BABLU, they are the ones who came up, who had the biggest fan base. But now, if you ask me, it is of course IH. They've got the biggest fan base. They've got the the best fans all around Pakistan and throughout the world, and they have something to prove. And making a mistake maybe for 1 week, that's understandable. Maybe you're trying out something new. But again, in week number 3, if that's carrying forward and that's putting you at the 16th position, then I'm certain it's a problem that they really need to address and fix. But talking about TUF, I think we have really seen a spike in their performance. Especially look at the survival time, which is increased exponentially, and that is something I really appreciate. And like you said yesterday, also the way they played, I think that has also come down to how TUF was dominating in week number 1, if you remember. I think finally we're getting to see sort of the same TUF, especially Virus and Edgar, those 2 players really needing to step up. Yesterday Edgar did. Virus has been consistent. We would also want the others also to step up as well.
Oh, I'm sure that is going to be showcased today as well, because as I was talking about it, for TUF, the synergistic performances that they bring in, all the fights that I saw them in yesterday, they were absolutely on point. And that again is clearly being indicated and showcased based on the overall, the entire league's leaderboard itself, where of course all 50 games from week 1 are being counted. And in that, they've been able to accumulate so many points based on the consistency and sitting on the 3rd spot. So definitely looking forward to this. And of course, on the same front, we will actually see that in this performance graph that they have showcased, there are lots of ups and downs that have been witnessed from the side of TUF, but they always rise back up and they always learn from their mistakes. And that's the beauty of a really good team. That's the mindset that needs to be there for a team to be able to succeed.
Yeah, exactly. This is what I've been talking about, right? If you're learning from your mistakes, working on it, and improving, then you're on the right path. And certainly can't be said for I8 at this point, right? It's not about the rotations, right? We've seen them rotating pretty late inside the circle, and still, managing to get chicken dinners even at the the northernmost circle also. So that's not something new, or that's not you cannot just say that this circle wasn't really favoring them. But the biggest issue over here that I8 has been facing, like I said, they're getting picked off individually, and one of the major reasons is they're split. They kind of set in into those 1-1-1-1 or maybe 2-2 splits, which is clearly not working out. But maybe we hope it does today as we take a look at the schedule. So we're gonna start things off with Sanhok. So that's gonna be really interesting to see how these teams are gonna fare off in this beautiful map, because I think bootcamp might be up for grabs, because Team QWERTY is not playing over here. Freestyle, North Esports, the Faulty Devils, all these 4 teams, they're gonna sit it out. So it's between A, B, C and D. Then we have 2 matches of Erangel, and then we've got 2 games of Miramar. So back-to-back actions, coming in from the grasslands, and then we go to the deserts. But Lakshay, moment has arrived. Did you get any other predictions right?
No, not at all. In fact, yesterday we had a little bit of a game
thought you
going
had
on
a
where we
5.
were actually. No, that didn't happen. That was a
I
miscorrection.
No. I have a very vivid
Because I
memory.
think it was changed in game itself, because I know that we had 5, but then the director, as I said, right, it was a little bit of a kerfuffle that was taking place. But never mind all that. For now, though, what team are you going to be picking? What team are you going to be choosing for this prediction, for this chicken dinner in the map of Sanhok?
All right. I mean, Sanhok, I think I want to go with TUF. We've been talking enough about them. Sanhok has been one of their strong suits, so TUF for me.
Right.
What about you?
All right, I'm going to leave the prediction to our director, and of course, hopefully this time around,
no.
he yesterday promised me, yesterday went against, and he did not want to choose, but today, I hope that he brings in 1 more point for that prediction that I've got. And let's see what team is he going to be picking for me. What team is it going to be that, according to our director, is going to be walking away with the chicken dinner? All right, a lot of Magnus coming up right now.
He's gone for Magnus. I mean, all right. Even the production seems to be supporting them, and let's hope for the best. 2 strong teams, and could be either of them. And TUF, Magnus, both of them have really strong Sanhok games, and I really hope he's not a fortune teller, or he's seen things in the future. Because if that happens, then I'm gonna rebel. But I think it really comes down. It's gonna be such a rocky start to the evening. Game of Sanhok, everything just goes bizarre. Everybody just going after each other. I think I am gonna anticipate an early fight around bootcamp, because I'm gonna be of this assumption that they're gonna be those teams that hey, QWERTY is not there. Let's just try and drop over at bootcamp. Let's just have the center to ourselves, because I think this is what we have witnessed in week number 3, especially. I did cast the games in the day number 1. So one thing Shadow and I had witnessed very clearly was the fact that the teams are approaching the circle from the center this time. There's a lot of teams, just staying away from the edges, because that's clearly not working out. And the way the circle has been taking shifts, Lakshay, I mean,
it actually is mind-blowing the way. From week 1 itself, when you talk about the storyline, initially we saw default zones, default circles that were created. But then as we move on forth from that to week 2, and then now in week 3, definitely the zones have created an MVP of their own. I'll definitely say that, right? But at the same point of time, you mentioned it perfectly. For week 3, a lot of changes that these teams are bringing in are actually working out. It is working out for Regicide, as we saw. I mean, 3X Esports, the way the changes from week 1 to week 3 are being looked at, again, it is still going to be up for grabs as to when we jump into the grand finals itself. Perhaps it'll be a different team altogether that could walk away with being on the number 1, and of course with all that money as well. There is definitely a possibility.
There is a possibility, of course. We've been talking about that, and in the grand finals, anything can happen. Maybe it could be some team from the 5th or 6th position, just bombarding their way through, and explosive performance from their side, and they get that spot. But it's also about those top 6 teams that make it to the SA Championship. Right now, this is something that I have been really waiting for. I want to see who are the ones who are going to be representing the Pakistani flag, and it's not far away, right? It's just around the corner. Once we are done with the PMPL Pakistan, even the PMPL SA region, then we have the best of the best fighting it out, and we know what it is all for, the GC slots, right? And we know
Exactly.
there have been, the circuit points also being there. So if you keep on winning, it really helps as well. But for the first game, we've of course made our predictions, just waiting for the matches to begin. And once it does, it's all gonna break loose, and it's gonna start in a wee while. We did
Oh,
talk,
yes.
we did discuss, about the big guns, right? We discussed about I8, we discussed about, Magnus. Tell me something about Regicide. How did they come
Well,
to the second position yesterday?
what a perfect game. What a perfect game from Regicide. Again, it's not only just that, the aggressiveness itself, right? The aggressiveness
Exactly.
that we in week one saw coming in from Magnus, from TUF, from I8, who were just faltering a little bit in those fights as they took. But then day one later, day two onwards in week one itself, we saw I8 also bring in those points aggressively, walking away with
Right.
chicken dinners along with 12 finishes, 12 eliminations. And now Regicide is doing that 10 elimination game for themselves is definitely a good feat, right? And that definitely includes all the rotations, all the fights working out perfectly, and the best part is being synergistic about it and keeping all four members alive, which is something that we've been talking about since week one itself. There have been teams who end up taking fights, but their numbers advantages where they then fall into a hasty position even if the zone is favoring them, and that is where Regicide definitely beautifully set themselves up with, like I said, all four players. And as soon as one would go down, their entire force was to, of course, get that player picked up and revived and then push on for the other fight.
Oh, we certainly hope for. And I mean, the way Register has been playing, I think it's the battle for the top spot, right? Not a lot of points difference
Exactly.
between Magnus, just 2 points. That being said, the game is live, ladies and gentlemen. Even freestyle, as a matter of fact, they have been pretty consistent, getting two second position finishes, one fourth position finishes. Not a lot of, finishes though, but the position points have been really instrumental into where they stand right now at the third spot. H2E also have recovered a lot, but the flight path trajectory, basically just dissecting the map into two halves. And yeah, the boot camp is something that I'm really keen to look towards, because I think it's being left vacant. I can't believe my eyes. That's not supposed to happen, but indeed has, Lakshay.
Well, whenever the day starts off, see, for the teams as well, they want to be able to start the day off with a map like Erangel, perhaps, Miramar, perhaps, because it allows them to slow down the pace of the game. Right now, Sanhok itself is, we know, a very, very small map. And if this game does not end up going in favor of these big names, then perhaps you starting the day itself with a little bit of a loss, right? That momentum that you want to be creating could very well go against. But right now, again, as we do have the zone, it is going to be very comfortably allowing all the teams to be a part of it. But where exactly will that first blood situation arise? TUF, we can see Virus and the teammates are a little scattered, same as of course the case from Metershot's Healthy as well. But in time, I am sure that it is going to be fruitful, because they pretty much find themselves in the center. At the same point, 3x. Now, 3x Esports actually at times confuses me, because the kind of drops this team and the players end up doing, but still end up making a perfect rotation and get all four players together. But initially, every single time 3x jumps on whichever map, they always are a little scattered across the entire board.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that is something that even I've noticed, right? Even in Miramar, we see around those Picardo that huge splits, and
Right.
I think that's the way they like to play, right? They kind of not like each other right from the start, get their solo individual loot done, and then just play the way they have to. And Miracle is, of course, one of those players that has to be talked about when it comes to 3x. He's the
Definitely.
one who's, putting majority of the efforts. He's the one who's got majority of the success in terms of how many eliminations he's secured. And there we have, talk about the man, and he appears himself. So then again, you have got Tyrant also in this team to add a little bit of more experience to the roster. We have seen Tyrant, at even better days. He's not at the best of his form, because the Tyrant I knew back in the days was a deadly assassin,
Oh,
and he used to
yes.
stop at nothing at all. So 3x, still there is that scope of improvement in how they've been playing, and I really hope they make some good work of it if they qualify for the grand finals.
Again, I mean, just to add on to that, correct me if I'm wrong, I see from the side of Tyrant from 3x a change in terms of the way that was the game was played from him earlier, and now the roles themselves have changed, and that's the reason why we see him more
Maybe.
at the backlines and in the front. Mary and Miracle are the ones from week one itself who are always bringing the name up from the side of 3x. Could be a possibility.
Yeah.
On the other front,
Yeah.
sorry,
Go on.
sorry.
No, no, go on.
On the other front, I was just going to talk about that we spoke about TUF as well, and seems like TUF have themselves set up the player. Of course, Virus seems to have caught hold of Halsey. Now again, for Metershot, Halsey, he's going to have to wait for his team. For TUF Virus, he's also going to have to wait for the team. And now this early stalemate situation that ends up creating this the difference, that if you are not able to correct in the initial moments in the, like as swiftly as possible, then we have seen teams fall down and lose out on their numbers. Right now, of course, they're doing the oh, right, never mind. I was just going to say that right now they're playing the passive approach. It seems like they are not, as Metershot's Khatir has moved in and he will be converting this into perhaps a point. But at the same point in time, from the backlines, we can see Team TUF's players have also reached the area. But yes, the loss will be taken for Virus has been eliminated from this game. But now it is all about converting those losses into points. But at the same point, can they do so? Edgar trying his level best, of course. But sadly, as of now, no conversion yet. On the backlines, though, Magnus also could perhaps have heard these shots and maybe could be actually keeping a keen eye out towards this side and maybe even bring in a third party, for which, of course, Metershot need to be careful of as well. But right now, Metershot, the only thing that they want are those points, and that's exactly why they are hammering on the players of TUF. TUF, all they can do is fall back, fall out of this position, and run for higher grounds perhaps.
Oh, they certainly will. And, I kind of get the reason as to why Metershot Sky is where they are right now. We've been talking about this, right? The teams are prioritizing a lot on the centers. Now, when you talk about the style of play that Metershot Sky believes in, they love playing around the edges. They love doing the late rotations. And this is where TUF, they were caught off guard. They really did not see this coming. And after getting that second knock, this is where they have that confidence to really go in for the push. Halsey pushing. And from his backlines, you can see Ash trying to provide him cover fire. And even further behind, you have other players as well. Khatir also, joining the fray. As Halsey does want to find that little bit of a flank angle, gets a little bit of altitude for himself. But TUF, they're on the verge of getting cornered over here. And there goes the Ramen coming in from Gully Boy. And this is where Gully Boy needs to make those moves. Halsey getting yet another knock on Joker. But Gully Boy needs to stay alive no matter what. As Thor's position, it has been compromised, of course. A Molotov being tossed at that direction. It all comes down to Edgar, and seems like he's also gonna fall as Ash just decimates him with that beautiful, beautiful DBS, and Thor barely with any HP. Surviving, has to take the fight, does manage to administer that first hit, gets a knock, would want to go greedy with that finish, does also get it for himself. But Gully Boy and the rest of MS Sky just charging at his direction with the DBS. Thor somehow managing to get yet another player, gets that finish, and there you go, Metershot Sky wiping out TUF, but with two unwanted casualties. And you were right, Lakshay, Magnus smelled blood. And they are in for the finish.
What a perfect conversion though it was from Thor once again, right? For TUF, even though he was losing out on his teammates and players, he was able to accumulate 2 elimination points before getting eliminated, the entire team getting eliminated. At the same point now, Metershot themselves have taken a massive loss as they are left down with only 2 players, 2 teammates remaining. And from all directions, Magnus is going to be jumping in and trying to just capitalize on this point, easily converting it into, of course, a knock. And right now, it seems like it is going to be Gully Boy who goes down from the side of Metershot. At the same point in time, the knock has been converted from Magnus's player as well as Dolan we saw going down. But again, numbers advantage will clearly be focused towards Magnus, and that in turn will help them accumulate 2 more points, 2 elimination points to start the day. And again, this is just 7 minutes into the game, 7-8 minutes into the game, and we're already looking at third parties taking place. We've already seen 2 teams get eliminated. And well, this is just the start to, of course, this deadly and very important day for these teams.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I love what Team Magnus have been doing. And, between all that's happening, it's again 3x trying to get the hold of the center of the circle. TmwEsports, they did something different. They went off to bootcamp. Of course, I was just cribbing about the fact that how could bootcamp be left aside because you get the best loot over there, best of it all, throughout the entire island is what you find there. But Team BABLU, we did see them get a chicken dinner, but their woes are not yet over. Would want to expect a little bit of a consistency from their side. If you remember week number 1, that is where we did see Team BABLU at their very best. And after that, it's been kind of spiraling down the staircase for these lads.
Yep.
But Team Magnus, they've been consistent ever since. And my team dreams of getting my prediction right has been taken down, at least in this particular game. But the way Team Magnus has been playing, I think the position that they're also holding on to is really nice. Now, the best part I really liked about that fight against Metershot X Sky was the way they got those informations on those players. After that knock came in, they knew he was in that small little shack over there. All they had to do was just, draw him out with a Molotov, and he was clearly helpless. And the last player surviving could not do much over there. Got eliminated as well. But talking about different fights happening, I don't think we're going to see much of it. Maybe TMW or R3D, because TMW, look at them, using their vehicles and closing in on that distance against R3D. This could be a little bit of a dicey situation for them.
It is definitely going to be. In fact, as we spoke about when the day started off, right? You talk about 3G. This, again, the consistent play is what we want to be able to see. And right now, again, it is not going to be an easy task for that consistent play to be showcased. But at the same point, we know that it only in a couple of minutes, there are going to be a lot more casualties taking place right here, as we once again have the zone constricting onto itself. You were talking about bootcamp. Again, this zone can go either ways as of now. There is still all the possibility for Magnus's position to be taken away, and perhaps, I mean, you just spoke about BABLU yesterday.
Yep.
BABLU were the ones who walked away with the chicken dinner on the map of Sanhok. So there is going to be a chance for BABLU to be able to retain that chicken dinner win that they got yesterday in this game to start the day off as well. The only thing for BABLU that at times worries me is the split that they start the game with every single time. They've always got that 2-man split, and they love to play it like that. I don't know how well is it working, because at times we've seen the ups and downs taking place from BABLU and their gameplay, and maybe that is the reason. I'm not entirely sure, but I would definitely keep my fingers crossed that they get a good game in this one, because their position is looking very comfortable.
Yeah, I kind of agree with you, because Team BABLU, they've gone a little bit north of Painan, right? And
Yep.
they're kind of being surrounded. Esports, I like their position. They've got control over those hills. And if Team BABLU isn't really careful about that, they might have to pay a hefty price. But 3X, they are the ones right now at the heart of the zone. All they are just going to hope is for those central shifts to occur. But we also know we're yet to see that curveball, hit on us and on these players to have more clearer picture of what's really going to happen. R3D also at a very commanding position, having control over the hills over there. They have a lot of vision, a lot of information being relayed to each other. And look at the spread, the way they have, gotten themselves out at. Looking very calm, very composed. But I8 might just be in a contestation against Team Star.
Uh-oh.
Both these teams really close to each other. God Fury has already spotted out Ghost. Now this is what I was talking about. Again a split. Now this is where God Fury just waiting for that opportunity. And indeed it has to be Usama who opens it up. And there you go. Again I8. This is not something that, you could see happening to them. Right out in the open, not anticipating the threat and being punished for that.
Not like this. I mean, there should be at least trades taking place, but right now it's all favored towards the players of Team Star.
Far apart.
And again, as the day started off, we were just talking about it, how I8's performance is going back to square one from week one itself. And again, it is the same exact lackluster fight that they are taking, which in turn, of course, has resulted in them definitely losing out on 2 players. Let's see what the other 2 remaining ones are going to be doing. And it seems like, they're on the run for now, as Team Star are easily going to be able to get IQ's elimination point for themselves as well. But now, what exactly is Team Star going to be doing? What exactly are they thinking? I'm just trying to look at the map and trying to figure out, because Team Star is coming in from the eastern side, if I'm not mistaken. and they need to be making a rotation to find a comfortable spot. Yep, there we have it. Of course, Team Star making an entry from the eastern side and being at the edge of the zone right now. They don't need to worry about anything but IA because there's no team in the vicinity. Ouch.
Ouch. This is getting worse. Team I8. Now just survived by Uzum. Usually it's Uzum who is the one who scouts for the team, takes the risks. But like we've discussed, right? It's the same old problems persisting for them, and they haven't come out with a solution. All these huge splits, the way they're kind of trying to, gain so much of ground, and it's clearly not helping them. And now they're just on the verge of getting wiped out. But this is what we were waiting for. And I think TmwEsports, Esports, they're going to be really happy. And so will the players of R3D be as well. H2E, they really need to cross over the bridge. But considering the fact that TmwEsports Esports have that little bit of a higher ground to themselves, it's going to be a tough task, especially even with the grounders right on their tails.
Indeed. And in fact, the same thing I wanted to point out for R3D as well, because we saw them earlier. They were at a little bit of a higher ground, and that in turn could favor them because from the north, there is absolutely no team rotating, and they should definitely have all the auditory cues that we can see right now, TmW using those vehicles to make that rotation, and that I'm sure R3D's players would have heard already. On the other front, as Team Star now have nothing to worry about, they now can be troublesome for Magnus or vice versa, because both these teams are coming in from the east. But on our screens, of course, we do have TmwEsports Esports, as Fixes did just mention perfectly, the position that they're in, and of course the awareness that they're showcasing those fights with in week 3 especially is looking very good for TmwEsports Esports right now, as they have their crosshairs set against the players of Team BABLU, as BABLU is hunky-dory in a small compound. And it's only a matter of time where one of those nades, if at all it connects, TmwEsports Esports will have an opening to get these points, as well as, of course, eliminate a very big threat that is going to be in the name of Team BABLU. But for now, again, those nades are being utilized from both the directions. Sadly, no conversion, no damage has been brought out yet. My word, and there we have BABLU's Wolf taking a little bit of a damage, but of course, he was able to spot out TmwEsports Esports' Thug. Now, Thug needs his teammates ASAP.
He does. But I don't think, they're going to come to his aid right now. I think what they can do is try to provide cover from the hills, right? Look at the minimap on the top right of our screens over here. They have their attention. And Team BABLU knows that Thug did have the rooftops. Now, has enough time. Has indeed retreated behind to those rocky covers that he has for himself. And Team BABLU kind of trying to, use that isolate and take over tactics. Just smoking, just to ensure none of those grenades really, go coming in. But at the same time, I mean, they have nobody else to worry apart from TmwEsports Esports, at least as of this moment. Now, TmwEsports Esports are well aware of Team BABLU's position. Now, the only thing that I would really like TmwEsports Esports to do over here is try and close in the gap. Because what they've done is they've kind of, threw smokes over their windows, which kind of in turns blocks their views also. And the smoke has apparently dissipated. So it's a little bit of a, situation for TmwEsports Esports. They gotta still make sure they have information of the other teams that are also trying to close in. So Regicide for sure knows that there's someone over these hills. They've heard all those gunshots, but H2E, they've managed to station themselves inside of boot camp. And we haven't really seen a lot of bootcamp zones. But let's see. This could be the first of many.
It definitely is looking likely to be the case. But we'll have to see if H2 is positioning in that bootcamp will be able to help them out or not. H2 is actually another team that we should bring up and mention when it comes down to the rotations, but we'll bring that question later, as right now Magnus Esports are the ones who are taking on those shots. They have the awareness of their opponents, and it is going to be none other than Quraysh. Now, Quraysh, we spoke about at the start in the pre-game segment itself, their gameplay has faltered a little bit in terms of the stats that we saw. At the same point of time, this fight is not looking likely to be in their favor because Magnus Esports clearly have the higher ground, and alongside all of that, look at that zone moving away towards R3D. This game, R3D is being awarded this game if they can capitalize on that position from up top on that hill.
It could also be someone that takes over. Maybe it could also be Star's game, but we do have a fight in front of us. Mani, of course, getting that knock onto it. Zen and Quraysh Esports says Jaguar finds another one on Firo from 52 Esports. Now, Quraysh have to be really careful in order of the fights that they're really engaging in. You can't afford to, engage in two battles, especially when one of them is Team Magnus as faster. Just trying to unload his magazine, trying to connect those bullets right inside that smoke. But these grenades are going to get that important confirmation on Zen that Quraysh Esports needs at this very moment. Not having the best of position to take those fights though, but slowly and surely just inching in the gap closer a little bit as Faster tries to spray on with his M4, gets the better out of Hasni. Jaguar has taken some massive amount of damage. This is where Sardachi needs to provide that quintessential cover fire, but Jaguar comes out in the open, but still not getting taken down. Faster somehow manages to hold on as Drolin with a beautiful grenade just shuts down that flank, takes down Money in the process, but Jaguar does get a beautiful trade in the form of Faster as the players of Team Magnus just try and come in as he goes in for a prone shot but gets taken down by Zen and Drolin and Zen, two of those players surviving. It is against Sardaji as Team Magnus have done it yet again, but do they have enough time to get those important resurrections back up? That's a big question, and doing something really something that I like, taking their vehicles inside, on top of a car. But can they make it into safety? Because, yeah, I was just about to get there and it really happened.
Exactly. They will have to deal with the loss of Faster, of course, but at the same point of time, they will be able to retain at least 3 players, and alongside all of that, 6 defeat points converted for them. But now, they have also given away their position, and the other teams from the backlines can very well damage them a little. But right now, it's going to be 50-esports' Jojo, who seems to have spotted Magnus and their rotation. Of course, the visible vehicle can be seen, and now Jojo can be the thorn that, of course, Magnus did not anticipate. And just like that, oh, this is going to hurt them quite a lot. They did not anticipate this whatsoever at all. And now it seems like Jojo, the fight was his. The point could have been his. But from a third-party distance far away, he himself will be knocked out. And Magnus will have another opportunity to survive for just a little bit more. And Drolin, the only player who can provide that cover at the same point, perhaps even bring a revival. But this is the 5th zone. It is not going to be easy on the health of these players from Magnus. So chances for Magnus are looking slim, but on the other front, once again, as we look at that zone, R3D very much in control.
Oh yeah, they definitely are. And 52-esports know that, Team Magnus has just survived by one of their players, and it's going to be Drolin, who is in a very bad position. Now has been spotted out as well. 5911 will be relaying all that information. But look at Drolin just trying to, bait him out, forcing him into making mistakes as Team BABLU. They're starting to fall down and trying to get inside the circle. I told you, the circle never stays at boot camp, and indeed went a little bit northeast, favoring the lads of R3D as Tuntanatan will fall down to the zone. But Teen Wolf would, of course, want to get that finish before getting taken down himself. But seems like Teen Wolf goes out and Team BABLU bows out from the lobby at the 13th spot with just 2 finishes to their name.
Indeed. I mean, the late rotation from them definitely did not favor them. On the other front, as we look on towards another fight, it seems like Magnus's Drolin is trying to push into the zone, but there are so many other teams. But it seems like before he's going to go down with that zone, he's going to get another point converted. 7 defeat points confirmed for the side of Magnus, but at the same point, he has been caught out from the Blues, and 52-esports are the ones who are definitely bringing in a lot of points. I8, the final player, does get eliminated as well. Thus, the team remaining are only 11, 26 players, and along with that, the trouble of the zone just keeps on brewing more and more, because another 2 seconds and the zone is going to be constructing once again. These teams, they are all getting burnt down because of how tricky the zone and the rotations have become.
Indeed. Now, this game clearly looks like R3D's game to lose, Lakshay, because the way they have taken control over the map, they have the best spot, they have the hills, and the only way that they can be taken down from the King of the Hills position is if all the teams strike at the same time, which is kind of quite rare to happen, because you're of course scared before you try and take a climb, because you also have to get inside the zone. Paddy, of course, has himself situated at a good spot. Even Team Star, I was talking about them, right? I knew the circle would be taking that little bit of an eastern shift, and they have taken good ground over there as well. But Anubis getting onto his ways, getting on the fragger board over here, and capitalizing on that little high ground advantage that he had as TmW. They have their attention focused in on the players of Team Star.
Absolutely, and Team Star themselves are keeping a keen eye out towards the players of R3D as well. Now, Team Star, you perfectly pointed out, they could have a chance of getting this game from that Eastern rotation. It has worked out perfectly for them, but now they're going to have to make a space for them to be able to get this fight. At the same point, R3D from up top of that hill is bringing and hammering down those bullets against their opponents, of course, and in that, they are doing a world of trouble for the players of TMW as they are on their last breath trying to get into the zone, but there's no way M7 is going to be allowed this luxury as R3D get points converted again and again. But at the same point, it seems like TMW's Kurma from a different angle altogether is going to be damaging the position of R3D. Thus, in turn, R3D, the perfect aggressive streak that they were upon, now seems to be fading away as Team H2E have capitalized on this fight. And of course, that one elimination point has been converted for them. But more importantly, of course, the position that they were able to take away. But all in all, Team Star, what a perfect rotation this was.
Oh yeah, indeed. And look at this. Now they are actually in contention of trying and winning this game because H2V, they've managed to take down Hawk, and Faddy has also been taken down as well. Now H2V, they're digging in deep. They've gotten their nails just a little bit deeper as Dread seems to have spotted out Reaper quite in the open.
Ooh.
Will have no trouble securing that knock. Would instantly want to get that finish as Kurama's position also pretty much visible. As TMW one after the other just melting as the final three teams remain. It could be Team Star, it could be R3D, or maybe H2V.
Absolutely. For Team Star, they have the numbers advantage working for them. For H2E, they've got a little bit of a momentum being created right here. And in all, of course, R3D, they are just trying to get those revivals done on their teammates. Numbers advantage definitely going to be in favor of Team Star, but now they need to be able to utilize this numbers advantage for themselves and get the points. And that's exactly what they'll do as they try and, of course, snipe out where the players of H2E are. The final two players, they of course know in the lobby there are only two opponents remaining, and just like that, God Fury's perfect aggressive streak over there will confirm the game for himself, and Dread will do the rest in return. This is going to be Team Star walk away with a chicken dinner for the first game on the Sanhok map.
Oh yeah, and this is something that we really love, right? Team Star coming in, get themselves overall on that 10th position, and 10 eliminations, 25 points secured from this game. It all started with them, dealing with the lads from Team I8. Two players being taken down, had that eastern area completely under control, and they just went in. Nothing too fancy, but they were very careful with their movements while they were getting inside the circle. Did not let anybody from the peripheries of the circle try and get them. And it was a clean chicken dinner for these lads. Did not even have to, put down any sort of sweat or anything at all. It was a well-deserved, well-earned one. But someone that had to lose it was, of course, R3D. Now, I'm starting to wonder why. Because was it because of their late rotation? Because they had two of their players inside the zone. The other two players kind of got engaged against H2E, and as a result of it, had to face the brunt. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, of course, we're going to be pushing for a short little break, because right after, we're going to be back with the post-game analysis. A beautiful game of Sanhok is what we had to witness, right? Again, the circle favoring the Brave, and the Brave coming out as the conquerors. Were Team Star, of course, R3D really missing it out. But it was all about, again, the center of the circle. Nothing really, out of the world. This is what we have been witnessing from week number 3. And, teams like Metershot X Sky also playing quite different from their style of play. As taking a look at the MVP has to be God Fury. I still remember that first opening knock he managed to secure on Ghost over there, while his teammate got the better out of I8, just crippling down the players of I8. And then from then onwards, they never looked behind. respected the zone, 6 eliminations to their names, 459 points of damage. Well done by this lad.
Absolutely splendid start to the day for the side of course, Team Star. Alongside that, as we look at the players to focus along with the MVP, is going to be Drawlin coming in from Magnus. Again, he was the final player that we saw try and level out the playing field against his running opponents to get into the zone. But of course, that in turn resulted in Drawlin's Magnus walking away with 7 elimination points. But after that, of course, we do have, of course, Team H2E to bring up as well as, of course, Tarzan and his again the rotation that I've noticed from Team H2E, especially in week 3, has been definitely on point to the best performing teams in the lobby.
Oh yeah, I mean the way they've been playing, I'm loving it. But taking a look at the match rankings over here, Team Star 25 points, but H2E, I think they're the ones being really consistent, and we were talking about that little bit of a battle brewing up for that top spot. And H2E might have just inched in that gap in terms of the overall rankings. R3D as well. I mean, not the kind of a performance that we expected. We really thought that they would walk with the chicken dinner, but it's something that's really promising. 14 points out of it. And TmW, especially when we're talking about those bottom 4 teams, this is one of those names that pop up. And getting 10 points out of this game is a good start, I must say.
Definitely a very good conversion. Again, for R3D, you perfectly mentioned right there that R3D, they should have, of course, right now we'll have a look at the Oppo F21 Pro moments, and perhaps things are going to get a little bit more clear. But what I noticed from the side of R3D, they got one knock, and I think it was H2E's players who took a player down from R3D, and after that, the entire fight was just completely fizzled out from R3D's side.
Yeah, I think it was all about, the players again. They're staying a lot longer on the hills, but 52 Esports, I really loved that little bit of an aggression that we could get to see from their side as well. And this is where things went really tumbling down, right? They got themselves tunnel vision, and this is the perfect time, the opportunity that H2E were looking out for, right? For the team R3D to take a fight against somebody else. You get the knock at this situation, at this moment. Of course, you would want to secure those finishes, but that is not a smart move, right? Because H2E, they were right below the hills. They were waiting for their moment to strike, and indeed they did that. And once it was all done and dusted, Team Star knew this was their cue where they had to go in. And look at those massive points of damage coming in for almost from every team, barring I8, who couldn't fire a single bullet.
That is something that you don't see that often, of course, from the side of I8. But this, again, you compare this same damage graph from week 1's play, and now all the teams are taking on fights because they have understood the lobby, they have understood the rotations. And you perfectly mentioned it, and Shadow did yesterday as well, that in week 3 the teams are playing from the center, and that in turn definitely is helping them be a part of many more fights. But yeah, the zone, it favors nobody. Team Star, what a splendid conversion this was.
And it was a much needed one, right? Because if you talk about their week number 3's so far performance and progress wasn't really good. But this is going to give them some crucial points, and will bolster them up maybe towards that top 10, if I'm not wrong. But taking a look at the overall ranking, there you go, right? Team H2E right at the 2nd spot. Magnus Esports not really ending at a good position, but still managed to get some 7 to 8 elimination points. So as a result, they do have that 5 points lead against Team H2E. But Regicide, well, haven't really seen them in action in this particular game. They'll be... indeed, they were there, but could not see a lot from their side. I do not really know what happened to them, but I'm pretty sure they did not collect a lot of points.
True. They were making a rotation from the southwest of the zone, of the 3rd zone. And then onwards, of course, we saw the zone just kept on shifting towards the northeastern side of the map, right? And from bootcamp, it went further up more. And that in turn just completely fizzled out the approach that, of course, Regicide must have had. And to get into the zone, we saw it was a chaotic mess. There were so many teams and players running to get into the zone, and of course they were just getting mowed down. But look at that performance from Team Star, pushing them 6 position jump from this chicken dinner play.
Oh yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? Just a little shy from entering into the top 10, but I'm pretty sure if they keep on playing like this, they are going to be there. And Team Star is again one of those teams. If you talk about the previous iterations of the PMPLs that we have witnessed in this region, they're the late bloomers. So they're starting to step it up in the 3rd week, and if they kind of continue doing that, then I think they're really on a good roll at this point. But as we take a look at the schedule, ladies and gentlemen, now it is going to be the map of Erangel, Lakshay, and it is going to be Group E finally making their mark coming in, and Group D, they will have to sit this one out.
Absolutely, and that in turn, of course, will provide a little bit of a new change of pace in terms of in the lobby itself. And well, starting like I was talking about it, starting the day on Sanhok definitely is not the kind of play that teams would have liked. But again, you have to get into that thirst needs to be showcased from the start of the day, and that in turn was a perfect Sanhok map. But now, as we do have, of course, Erangel coming up. Let's see what is going to happen on Erangel. I mean, I really want to be able to this time around not allow the director to choose. I do want to actually go ahead with my prediction, but before we bring up that, what team do you want to pick for this one, Fixes?
I mean, if it's Erangel, I would really like Team Freestyle to get a chicken dinner. I would love to see a battle for that top spot getting a lot more interesting, because yeah, Magnus has a decent lead. If Team Freestyle gets a chicken dinner in this one, they're going to be right at the top. What about you, Lakshay?
Well, that is definitely a good pick, but at the same point, now on this map, I want to see if TUF can actually bring their themselves to the table and walk away with a chicken dinner.
All right.
I am double guessing myself actually, because T20 Quarry and TUF, these are the two. Just one exactly. Just one I can pick. All right, TUF then. TUF is the one that I'm going to pick for this one.
Redemption story for them is what you're expecting,
definitely.
Because that was definitely not a TUF kind of a start that they had in Sanhok, you know, just getting obliterated, and it was for all the obvious reasons, right? You have to expect the unexpected, and Metershot X Sky, they never rotate that early, and today they did. And what were the odds of finding TUF in the mids? And even if TUF had won that fight somehow or the other, they would have had to, you know, just go on and face Magnus, and that wouldn't have been pleasant. Watch.
Exactly, they had already lost out on their players, and Magnus was just keeping a very keen eye towards that fight. And as soon as they saw a little bit of an opportunity, Magnus rushed in, pushed in, and of course that converted into a perfect start to the day. But again, well, Fixes, for now, what
for me it's
team
freestyle.
are you choosing?
You've got
freestyle,
TUF.
right?
Yeah. Freestyle
Nice.
and TUF for both of us, and it's gonna get updated just a little bit with the swish of my hands. There you go. It's just the latency delay. I mean, I'm telling you, it was timed to perfection. But yes, TUF, you know, they're kind of looking towards getting that little bit of a vengeance in themselves, and for all the right reasons, right? But even, yeah, I think Team Koti wouldn't have been a bad choice. But you know, I haven't really seen a lot of success stories from their side in Erangel especially, right? I think it's more to do with the games of Miramar. Where they've come out on top with those chicken dinners. And one of the major reasons is, you know, haven't really seen more of those Eastern circles, right, Lakshay? And every single time they have to get inside the zone where it's kind of a default Gatka one, and they have to face so many of those teams. And that is one of those issues that they really need to address. Now, for me, going with freestyle, I mean, they've been on a roll this week. They've been playing really well. Even in the first day, I remember they managed to get a chicken dinner in that final game that we had for themselves. So this is where I think Team FS, I think finally have managed to, you know, just weed out all those problems and make sure that they are in a good position to contest for that you know, top spot that they're going up against Magnus with. But again, can't really rule out Magnus, right? One of the best teams, rather the best team in Erangel. Every single time they come in, even if they do not get a chicken dinner, the amount of eliminations that they get, oof, what do we say?
Exactly, right? It's all about converting points for yourself from the battleground, and that is what Magnus does gracefully as they take on those fights. Even in this one, we saw the final player draw in was being hurt down from the Blues from the 5th and 6th zone, but still was more focused on getting those points converted. At the same point, I mean, we've spoken about all these teams that are doing really well. What are your expectations from I8 this time around?
Honestly, I don't know. I'm not really expecting much from their side. The way they've been playing, unless and until they start sticking up with each other, I think that's the way they might find some respite. But it's definitely not a circle that really helps I8 and in their endeavors, because now they have to go all the way down to the southern side, and you know what happens when they try and do that, right? It's mostly for the
Exactly.
vehicles. They kind of get into a kerfuffle against the lads of Team Magnus, and at this point, I8 would want to avoid that fight at any cost.
They have to. They must prioritize that. But at the same point, from the side of I8, when it comes to their drop location, it has always been that Susanova military base, and that in turn, of course, does end up affecting their game as well. But right now, of course, the flight path majorly focused towards the northern side of the map. Thus, perhaps there is definitely a slight possibility to maybe even have the zone fixes go towards the military base, which again could go in our favor, as we are talking about I8 maybe. Definitely look forward to, of course, I8 and the gameplay perhaps this time around could showcase a little bit of an upswing, but we'll see if that'll be the case or not, because right now when it comes to the teams that are of course looking in close contestation, we do have towards Zarki TMW right south of their location up is going to be H2E along with Team BABLU. Now Team BABLU are doing the exact same thing which they do love every single time, which is to have a two-man split. Now that two-man split has at times worked for them, but many a times has in fact gone against them. And along with that, Fixes was just mentioning right now, when it comes down to the players of I8, well, they are in close proximity to Magnus, and perhaps the first blood opportunity situation could arise right here, where we do have actually a couple of teams, as we just spoke about Team H2E and BABLU being so close to proximity towards North Georgia. Of course, alongside that, in the center, right in the center, we have R3D. Now, R3D, all right, never mind those teams, because this is where a chaotic mess is, where we are going to be looking at things going against the players of perhaps Metershot, but it seems Metershot was the one who was able to get the weapon in his hand. But again, the numbers advantage just not favoring them in this fight, and that in turn will go in favor of TFD. What a perfect start for TFD. Sadly, not the same can be said for Metershot, as they went down as soon as they of course landed. So a very difficult game to start with for the side of us Metershot, but along with that they still have an opportunity and a possibility, as they have two of their players still surviving. Of course the numbers advantage have gone against them, but they are still standing, and that is what matters the most, to be able to, if nothing else, work towards those placement points by the end of the game. With that, as we do have the map on our screens once again, I8 going down towards the military base. This time around, nothing that they need to worry about. Metershot, as we have seen them go towards no reply, this time it seems they prioritize to get those vehicles, and same was the case for TFD as well. And that fight, we know what the final result was, along with all of this chaos that's taken place. This time, where exactly is Team BABLU and H2E going to be going towards? Because once they are done with that loot, they're going to have to start making that rotation. That rotation could either come from the south, or they could directly go in straight from the shooting range itself. The zone, as of now, looking very comfortable for all these teams, but we know it is going to change. We know it is going to constrict. And once it does, that is where things are going to be that much more clearer as to this game. Who is this game going to be favored towards?
I mean, I really like, like I said, there were few multiple reasons of choosing freestyle over here. One of them being the absence of the grounders. So they've got that entire southwestern side to themselves, right? And they'll have a rather more clearer path. But this is the point where I think you have to start taking control over the Pochinki Hills. And if you manage to do that, that's going to favor you a lot. Because Team Magnus, that is going to be their next course of action. Because either that, or we've seen them take over those squad houses just at the northwestern side of Pochinki, just on the outskirts. So they could also try and do that. But this is where, you kind of are forced into thinking, where will the circle go? Because is it going to be one of those centralish circles? Is it going to go a little towards that eastern side of where TmwEsports are right now? Could it be, QWERTY's game, where they kind of come in? It's all about, holding on to that center of the spot. And that is exactly what these teams are onto. But as we speak, God Fury, he's making some quick rotations over here, trying to cross over the Yasnaya bridge. And Quraysh right beside them. And they know of each other's presence, so really not engaging into a fight. And we know of that little treaty or that pact, silent, unspoken, pact between H2E and BABLU, where they kind of try to stay out of each other's way, right? You do your loot, we're not gonna enter into your territory. You're not gonna do the same. It's all written, and they'll just walk off in their own ways. But the trouble for Team BABLU has always been about getting surrounded by multiple teams while they try and get inside the circle.
Absolutely, and along with that, as we mentioned earlier, the split that they love to play with, that also at times does not favor them. But right now, talking about the zone and who is being favored the most, I would say, well, of course, exact in the center, we do have R3D against NES, but Magnus, they have the free reign. There is no team that they need to worry about. They have the free reign to get all the loot possible for themselves and just hold steady, because as of now, their position in the zone is looking very, very comfortable. But of course, on the other side, we do have Metershot. Right as soon as they jumped into the map, they were taken down from TFT. Two of the players, as soon as they landed, the feet touched the ground of the compound. TFT were on them and of course eliminated two of the players. Thus now for the remaining two, Ash and Gully Boy, all they can do is play it safe, and they have actually, because I think they made that rotation from the south. Yep, they are still at the farm region itself, and they've gotten the compounds in their favor as well. For now, they just need to keep quiet and not let any other team know that they are there. Along with that, of course, TFD, they're going to be on the hunt, I'm sure. TFD, they have a little bit of unfinished business, if I can say so, against Metershot.
I mean, they've had their opportunities, right? We've seen multiple times of that happening, but yeah, like you said, I'm kind of a little bit surprised. Meteorshot Sky resorting not going towards Novorep now, because they've always done that. No matter what,
Yes.
I hated Meteorshot Sky. They tend to go towards that southern island and get their loot, no matter even if it is their entry late inside the circle. But maybe they've also had this realization that it's clearly not working out, because teams that are holding on to the center are defending it much more, are defending it with much more efficiency than the ones that are trying to play around the edges. So that is something that maybe they've had that realization and have had to make peace with it. But for now, with the way things are progressing, not a lot of fights being visible in front of us. Maybe something starting off in a little while, because I can see some movements being made from Team BABLU's side, where they kind of want to cross over that Ruzok bridge with TmW right on their tails. They've got Star right beside them, and even R3D and North Esports. They're not far away. There you can see clearly in front of your maps. This is what I was talking about Team BABLU, right? They sometimes tend to get into situations which is so hard to come out of.
Unwarranted, definitely unwarranted. I mean, right now they're in a little bit of a sandwich situation. Of course, while rotating, the other teams have definitely spotted them as well. But for now, the peace is being kept. For now, between all of these teams, we have, of course, Team Star. You spoke about TmW. Along with that, we have BABLU and North Esports were around in the vicinity as well. Now they moved away. For now, the peace is being kept between them. But in all of this, where exactly will TUF enter? Because they have made that rotation now. They've entered the Ruins region. I think for now, they're just holding on to the Ruins spot itself, which of course is a perfect decision. They don't need to worry about any team. And the zone also constricting on top. Now, after this zone, we know that chaos is going to start ensuing. But Magnus, out in the open. Interesting choice coming in from Magnus right here.
All right. Now, this is something that, maybe Magnus wants to start picking up a fight against IIT. They know they're wounded. Even in terms of the overall rankings, Lakshay, we know that, IIT is still at the second position. Of course, Magnus has a very good lead. But still, if you can eliminate your competition right from the very start, why not do it? I mean, of course, everybody would, take that with open arms. But for now, IIT also need to realize that they might be walking into the jaws of death, because Finisher has a really good compound to himself, and Team Magnus just trying to pincer the players of I8 down. And if they aren't careful, Team I8, they might be in for a bashing.
It is likely possible. It seems like it was all pre-planned from Magnus. They knew exactly where I8 is going to be rotating from. But on that front, we do have I8's players taking on shots and sprays. And of course, trades are being created from both the sides. But for now, I8 are the ones who are dominating, as they've been able to bring down not 2 but 3 of the players from the side of Magnus. And I believe now with only one more player who was so far away, that was Finisher. Yep. Magnus is at the receiving end. Sadly, this time around, I8 were prepared. This time around, they were ready. They knew that there could be a possibility. And that in turn has been resulted in, of course, Magnus being the one who's been hurt. And I8 beautifully keeping the numbers for themselves.
See, in this particular fight, I don't think it was more about the preparation of I8. It was about, I think, Team Magnus getting a little too over-patient. Because if you had noticed, right, the players weren't really engaging in shots, but we're going to talk more about it because I8, they're being shot at. And it is, I think, the lads from Team Freestyle. But now, since they're into safe covers, we could clearly see I8's, I think IQ was the one making that initial move with the Bucky. And there was a moment where he was spotted out and still no shots were taken. Maybe Team Magnus wanted to, have a better position to fight. Whereas they had that window where they could have really, just fired upon all those bullets and could have stopped I8 on their tracks. But that clearly did not happen, and it really backfired, and as a result of which, they have to deal with the brunt of it.
Well, with only one final player remaining for Magnus, I think they've already dealt with the biggest loss. And for this game, Magnus is in a very tough position to be able to convert. Even a single point for them now would be a good decision in terms of the placement points. On the other front though, signs of perfect positioning from FS, I can say, as they find themselves pretty much in the center. But along with that, it is going to be Metershot's players who TFD, as we were talking about earlier, were on the hunt. Definitely were trying to see where exactly did the two players go, and it seems like this time Metershot have been able to, if nothing else, get one defeat point converted, one revenge factor. But at the same time, now TFD all together, 3 players are going to be trying to jump into this compound. And Ash, that was a tricky position right there, and that did not favor him. But look at what play Metershot is making. I mean, such amazing mind plays they're making, and of course they are just bringing down the players of TFD one by one. They already eliminated Kanaya. Now of course Tyler has gone down. Now it's all down to Rafai and of course Sad Boy to be able to capitalize on this compound entry, for which it seems like Metershot is very, very prepared and ready.
Yeah, of course. Now, all that Rafai is trying is to try and just buy some time. But he indeed knows. Sad Boy just coming right in front of the players of Metershot Sky with a grenade. Really coming in handy. Gets that beautiful knock secured. But that is where they do not intend to stop at all, as Sad Boy just continuing with the spray, just pushing in tandem with Rafai. As he keeps on spraying all those bullets, goes on a reload, instead decides against it. As Gully Boy, without any option, just gets burst down. And there you have the end of Metershot Sky and the Faulty Devils. Well, I mean, the only thing that they did not account for was that knock and finish coming in when they were trying to scout out the lands and try and search for that player. But what they did after was well commendable. But T20 trying to get control of the Potato Hills. And I think they have done that. But it's still yet to be, far off to be decided who's got the better of the zone. We haven't seen a curveball yet. It's still those even shifts going in. But look at the players of I8 again facing some trouble, and this time it is going to be Freestyle. I'm pretty sure even the players of T20 QWERTY must have heard all those gunshots from over the top.
Absolutely, and the positioning that T20 QWERTY's players have, they can definitely utilize that to capitalize not only one but 2 teams. And that's going to be, of course, FS and I8. But we'll have to see if that'll be the case between that fight or not. On the other front, we do have BABLU's players taking fight and shots against the players of H2E, as we had seen them make a rotation from the northern side. Now they are fighting for the compound, as the zone has slowly and surely started constricting. TmwEsports also a very perfect positioning and awareness from their side. But we'll have to see, because the zone, we know, does love to play curveballs and does not favor anybody. So we'll have to see if T20 QWERTY and NES's position is going to be favorable for them. But on the other front, as you go back to the fight that was, of course, started from the side of FS itself, as they were the ones who tried to bring down the vehicles of I8. Now are at the lower ground of this hill, and I8 of course have a little bit of an advantage, but the conversion is what we'll have to see as to which team is going to be able to get that first knock, that first drop, which in turn of course will provide the opening that I8 need. But for now, at the same point, it seems I8 are going to be falling away from that area, and there's the curveball shift, and that curveball shift is so perfect for the position that NES just held on that mountain.
Yeah, we were waiting for that to happen, and since
Exactly.
it has right now, I think even the likes of Freestyle, they've got an avenue to kind of make a little bit of a rotation. They've got a little bit of a dip to play around the southern area of that circle. I think if they can somehow get control of it, that could really help them at least to survive for just a little longer. Let the other teams fight it out. But seems like I8 and Freestyle both moving along with each other, and the TFT, they're not really far away, right? Three of these teams might be contesting for that same position. It all just comes down to who gets there quicker and faster. In the meanwhile, Quraysh Esports having the center of the circle, spotting out God Fury, who was trying to scout out a good position for his team, will eventually just get taken down as R3D right at school apartments, having spotted the players of Team BABLU. Were really careful, but the reality, they have to get inside the zone, as Rafe spotting out Blade does manage to land a few shots, but that was just pretty much it, because Team I8, they're gonna scoot away from here, or maybe not.
Perhaps they've already got that opening against TFT. Maybe they would want to convert that into more points. For now, it is going to be, of course, I8 on the run, and Styler, with all his might, is going to have to, of course, focus and prioritize getting into the zone. But of course, now the teams are making that rotation because of the curveball being thrown from the side of the zone. And I was just about to ask, where exactly is TUF? What exactly is happening with T20 and T20 is capitalizing on their position, but at the same time, I8, the rotation that they made, it seems like they were unaware of the fact that this house was, of course, in control of TmwEsports, and TmwEsports is going to be able to dominate. Of course, they lost on Rex, but now with one final player remaining, I8 get eliminated on the 15th position. Well, this time, of course, a decent outing for them. If nothing else, at least they got 5 elimination points.
Yeah, I mean, step in the right direction, but TUF, they seem to be in a whole world of trouble with gravity. Cooking that grenade could land into perfection, but no, indeed doesn't. As Qwerty trying to apply a little bit more pressure, needs a little bit of a backup from his teammates coming in, as he's finally managed to get Thor in the process. Virus getting a little ahead of himself, just finding cover behind that rock, as T20 Qwerty want to have multiple angles to themselves. Edgar just proned in, still needs to get administered that first hit, as Virus, the first point of contact, his position has been compromised. 420 boy, this grenade could do some massive amount of damage, as Gravity gets one more. TUF completely wounded, as Qwerty want to go in, pushing, getting the life snuff out of them, as 420 boy, some massive damage coming in from that grenade, as Jokis could have just resorted to his weapons but did not do so, as 420 boy getting that time to breathe over there, well administer that first aid, as Gravity trying to come in with that push, getting a little bit of damage. Gravity does have that deadly Grotza, doesn't stop at anything at all. And that being said, TUF, they are history right now, just getting wiped off by a 2-man T20 Qwerty, where alright, Gravity just taking his teammate on his shoulders, just carrying the burden of the team right now. Needs to get inside the circle in due course of time, as the zone is going to start closing in. But the next shift going a little bit more towards that eastern side, and the circle completely doesn't favor anybody at all. But TmwEsports, they've got some compounds at least to play for now.
TMW. Perfect positioning from TMW, definitely, as they were able to eliminate H2E a couple of minutes ago, as well as we were looking at the fight between, of course, TUF getting eliminated. For now, this zone has pushed so many teams out in from their comfort zone, and that is where, of course, we do see those fights and, if nothing else, praise taking place, at least from Team BABLU. Now, Team BABLU need to be a little wary of the position that they're in, because even though they know exactly where their opponents are, they need to be making a rotation as well. But right behind them, there are two individual teams. From one side, of course, we saw them take out shots up against TMW, but R3D around in the vicinity as well, and they will be able to with a sliver of HP left, R3D's players are going to be able to get that rotation made. But all in all, it is now Team BABLU who seem to be at the receiving end, sadly.
Oh yeah, I mean, again, issues pertaining to their rotation, and can't really help it when the circle goes so much on towards that eastern side. Look at Dani, barely has any meds to his name, and he's sort of a lost cause over here. I do not even know if his teammates are gonna come to his aid, maybe provide him a little bit, with some medicines out there, but getting job done. TmW, they kind of are melting down over there as Hayan, the final player, also gets picked off. That marks the end for TmW as they get eliminated, but a push coming in from NorthEsports' side on towards the players of R3D as Hawk is the lonesome player standing as Zameen just gets traded off, but it is alright as NorthEsports still have all of their players alive and have made it to the top 6.
Well, 6 teams remaining, 22 players in total. R3D get eliminated. FS, the position not favoring them this time around, and it's going to be Triple Esports, the compound that they had held, definitely helped them out. But now in just a few more seconds, the zone is going to be moving again and moving away from the position that Triple Esports are in as of now. FS are being provided the time that they need to be able to get those revivals, those crucial revivals. But then after that also things are not yet done, because then FS needs to rotate, and that rotation is going to be very, very tricky for their side. On the other front, it seems like BABLU has caught up to the players of NES, and look at NES's Maxi, what a perfect flank angle that was. Team BABLU, wherever they go, they've got troubles brewing for them. This time around, it seems like NorthEsports' player were also brought down, but the point has not yet been confirmed, and NorthEsports will be on the run as they try and go towards the comfort of the zone.
Oh yeah, I mean, Team BABLU, they have no other options. Within the 30 seconds, they have to get in, and considering the fact that Quraysh, they're making their lives hell from far afar, that is a cause of concern as Roshan finally gets that elimination onto with Zibyan. As NorthEsports, Freestyle and Team BABLU, all of them have to race their way inside the circle, while 52 Esports, they're the first team to get inside a promising position, to take complete full control of the entire zone right now. But at this particular moment, they have that little bit of a ridge to play around. All they've got to do is deal with the players of Triple Esports. But Pharaoh is taking damage from elsewhere, and NorthEsports, they have those smoke shrouding them, protecting them from maybe Freestyle and BABLU at this point. But Pan could be a thorn if he isn't dealt with. Wasi taking some damage as Freestyle need to get inside the circle. Pan, he is in no man's land, trying to make a desperate push inside the zone and hasn't really been punished, at least up until now. Maybe in the next few moments he might get taken down, but there you go, just getting spotted out, the buggy just exploding, and 52 Esports confirm this elimination as Team BABLU, they bow out on the 6th position.
Absolutely, but I'm loving the rotation being showcased from the side of Quraysh Esports' players as well, because Quraysh Esports, they've made an entry from the north and have a lot of control. In fact, they've got themselves split up. From one side, they're trying to damage the position of 52 Esports. On the other, of course, they're taking on those shots and sprays right here on our screens. On the other front, we also do have NorthEsports to worry about, because NorthEsports, the momentum has definitely been looking pretty good, but now the numbers have fizzled out for NES, and Quraysh Esports are definitely capitalizing on that with 5 defeats already confirmed for themselves. And the amount of control that, of course, is being showcased from Quraysh Esports, this game could be theirs as well. But we shall see if that will be the case or not.
I really
FS
thought
though,
that Mani would just go with that grenade. Sorry to budge in, but why delaying that? And Zameen might just get away with murder, instead focusing on Wasi. Not the wisest of decisions as Zameen gets taken down by Wasi. A beautiful trade coming in somehow as Freestyle still just kind of clawing their way, trying to survive, as banking upon the fact, letting all these teams fight while they try to constantly get those res back up as the push comes in on the players of Triple Esports. 52 Esports also taking the brunt of it as Thug, he's in a far off land and he is way away from his pack, and this might spell trouble as Hasni with that grenade, if it lands, then this is going to be so devastating for the players of 52 Esports.
Oh, this is going to be troublesome. This is definitely going to be troublesome, because after all, that push that was made from the side of Triple Esports is looking very much in control. But Quraysh Esports, they are just utilizing their position to their advantage as they slowly inch towards closer and closer for this chicken dinner. But of course, for now, the only thing that is helping them are those smoke walls. And from the backlines, look at FS. Now, FS, they have a very big chance of getting the third party between these two teams, 52 Esports and Triple Esports. And that nade from Zarbaf could very well be the end for these teams. Yes, there we have it. North Esports get eliminated on the backlines. In the front, it is all thanks to, of course, FS, that we probably might be bidding adieu to 52 Esports' final player as well.
Oh yeah, and I think Zarbaf is not done yet. But look at Thug, still, in a little bit of hiding, hasn't been spotted out at Zarbaf. Oh, this man with barely any HP just goes in, gets that confirmation. But Thug finally, while he knows that he cannot get inside the circle, making sure gets as many confirmations to his name as it is. The entire squad of Quraysh Esports just marching in, gets the better out of Freestyle, and they know they have this in the bag. They know that Thug is the final player surviving, and he is far from where he should be, but somehow has made it inside the circle. Needs to move in a little bit more closer as he gets the better out of Hasni. Thug definitely wants to put up a fight. Now in a 1v3 situation, can he get that finish, Lakshay?
Oh, he better be able to get this converted for sure. At the other front, again, the numbers definitely going to be helping out towards Quraysh Esports. But before all of that goes down, Triple Esports' Thug will be able to get at least one more elimination point for himself, and will not be giving away his point, as Quraysh Esports definitely are the chicken dinner winner of this game. But what a valiant effort that definitely was from Triple Esports' side as well.
Yeah, I mean, it got so chaotic towards the very end, right? So difficult to
did.
process. It was all about teams capitalizing on, two different fights happening, especially Freestyle. I think just got away with so many of those mistakes, or maybe, bad situations that they were in. Really, because there was a moment, maybe it was a fight against North Esports, it was too much for them, and then suddenly out of the blue come in Quraysh Esports, and then 52 Esports, where they had the best possible position. It was Triple Esports who decided to ram in upon them, but still they kind of had that last laugh in that particular situation, but nothing really deterred Quraysh Esports from getting that chicken dinner. That beautiful rotation coming in from the northern side, just waiting for that circle to just pan in, and we had seen them playing around the center right from the very start, and it was all about the curveballs hitting, not really affecting them in the worst of ways, right? They knew those exact timings to make their entry inside the circle, and massively benefited from this. And we were talking about that little dip that Quraysh Esports had been having yesterday. I think they have certainly seemed to have recovered. But that being said, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna go in for a short little break. Right after the break, we will be back with game number 3.
What a perfect conversion that was, Shadow. Again, welcome, of course, to PMPL Pakistan region, where we are in the most crucial of times and weeks. Of course, this is week 3, where day number 3 has already started off with quite an interesting turn of events on the storyboard. Along with that, of course, welcome, Shadow, to, of course, this amazing yet nightmarish game that we are looking at.
Nightmarish, yeah. For some teams,
this...
maybe, yeah. It is for some teams. But now is the time for the standout player of the previous game, that is going to be MVP, and it is going to be Mani from the side of Quraysh Esports, and 5 elimination and 86 damage that he was dishing out, and in fact he was not taking damage at all, only 48 healings done.
Absolutely. With that, let's also have a look at the top players that are going to be part of this game. And we know who got the chicken dinner, of course, but along with that, worth mentioning players definitely are going to be included And in this list, we have Triple Esports. Yes, a valiant effort it definitely was. I mean, they played it till the last dying breath that they could in terms of getting those points, and that in turn can be clearly showcased with Thug, of course, hitting with 700 damage, his teammate at 739 damage, but respectively for both 4 and 2 elimination points. So a very good conversion for Triple Esports from this game, as well as, of course, worth mentioning is going to be Zarba from FS and Roshan from North Esports.
Certainly, North Esports, FS, and Quraysh Esports, they have been performing really good. In fact, in the starting, you and Fixers were talking about where is Quraysh Esports, because the previous 2 days were definitely not in their favor. But this chicken dinner, maybe this will get them the momentum they were needing for. But on the top right now in the overall ranking, not the overall, the match ranking, we have Quraysh Esports with 25 points. Then we have Triple Esports. The way this team has improved their gameplay in week number 3, that is something worth praising. Triple Esports on second position with 19 points, FS on third with 18 points, 52 Esports on fourth with 14 points. Along with Triple Esports, it's 52 Esports also, they are also stepping up.
Absolutely, they definitely are. Slowly but surely, that change can be seen that has taken place right here in this lobby, and that too, majorly the change that we've seen has been showcased in week 3 itself, where it all keeps pushing on from one team to the other. The teams that were performing earlier are definitely going down. But let's have a look at the Oppo F21 performance from this game, where right off the bat in the first minute of the game itself, it was none other than Metershot's players, as they lost on 2 of their valuable players. But after that, TFT, they just did not falter down. They pushed on and converted all the points against the players of Metershot. But this is the final moments that we saw from I8 as well.
Well, certainly, Triple Esports became that ugly thought for the side of I8, and their misery is still continuing in week number 3 as well. But TMW, along with Triple Esports, they are also trying to step up by engaging in few good fights and few bad fights also. But it was completely about Quraysh Esports from the backlines, the way they were dishing out damage onto North Esports and 52 Esports. Well, they became the patty in the sandwich, and they couldn't stand tall for very long. But still, good performance, valiant efforts from all these teams.
Absolutely. I mean, walking away with, of course, no point given to the opponent for Triple Esports' final player. But alongside that, let's, of course, also talk about the damage graph. Now, this time around, from the bottom, if we can start, we do have I8 that previously were not looking too good, but this time at least were able to participate in fights, walk away with 5 eliminations. But moving on slowly towards the majority of the ones, the big players, so to say, from this game, especially on the map of Erangel, we have to, of course, bring up the name of Quraysh Esports, as they got the chicken dinner, but Triple Esports, FS, 52 Esports, as well as NES. These teams, the rotations that they made, the chaos that they were facing, and still being able to walk away with this amount of damage and points is definitely a perfect game.
Well, certainly a perfect game coming from the side of freestyle as well, because they have taken a jump of 3 points in the standings, and right now on the top with 108 points. Magnus Esports on the second spot with 106 points, only 2 point difference short. And H2E, this team is impressing me the way they are performing in week number 3. Previous game also in Sanhok, yes, there were not too many elimination points, but 1,000+ damage they were dishing out. So that means this is a team that is showcasing the caliber that they are going to dominate. Maybe in the top 5, they will be in the top 5 in the finals or the SA championship. Maybe they can qualify. But right now on the third spot with 103 points, Quantum Rage on the 10th, QWERTY on the 9th, by taking a little downfall, and TOF also, they have taken a downfall of 3 points.
Oh yes, I mean, TF, it's not turning out to be a good day for them. On the other front, as we move towards the second page now, North Esports from this gameplay have pushed themselves 4 position up on the 11th. Now again, if they keep on bringing this sort of a consistent play back to back to back, then perhaps definitely we are going to be looking at this team this time participating, of course, on the Livik map, as well as confirming themselves for the grand finals. But from the bottom, we were talking about how I8 needs to rise up, and this game, they have been able to get those points, 5 elimination points, thus pushing them on the 17th.
Certainly, on the 17th spot, no one imagined I8 Esports will be sitting on somewhere on the bottom after week number 1. In fact, week number 2 also was decent. It was not so bad when
True.
it comes to the performance, but week number 3, I8 Esports, nothing is working in their favor, and so is the case with BABLU also. Yes, BABLU, they got a win in day number 2. Yes, few good games were in their favor, but in the overall ranking, they are also sitting on the 16th spot as compared to top 5 spot where they were in the week number 1, or top 10 where they were in the week number 2. So Team BABLU and I8, they need to step up.
Definitely. I mean, major time for them to, of course, change their gameplay. But with that, let's move on ahead towards the schedule itself, where now, once again, we're going to be moving to the map of Erangel. And we'll have to see, because again, there'll be a change in the groups as well that are going to be playing. So we'll have to see as to what team is this time around going to walk away with that chicken dinner. I honestly want to be able to see what has happened to Quantum Rage. I really want to be able to see if Quantum Rage has that capability in them to convert the game for themselves. But we will definitely find out. Alongside that, Shadow, you know the question that needs to be raised and asked at this time. What team do you want to be able to see walking away with that chicken dinner? Your prediction.
Uh, the way H2E is performing, I want them to get that winner chicken dinner. But I'm not, wait, let me think. I'll ask you
Okay.
first. Which team are you picking? Let me think.
QR, Quantum Rage. I really want to be able to see
Yeah.
where exactly are they lost, what exactly can they do and deliver in this game, because the rotations that Quantum Rage also makes are beautiful. Like you perfectly mentioned for H2V also, the rotations that H2V make absolutely perfect. But all in all, now it is the second map of Erangel, and the way the zone was playing the game today, it was absolutely ludicrous. So even though I want to be able to see what team is walking away with the chicken dinner, it is a tough prediction to make.
Yeah, it is tough, but I still want to go with H2E. Yeah, I'll stick with H2E. Yes, there is Team BABLU that share the vicinity with them in terms of the drop location. If there is a crazy circle, H2E knows how to avoid those fights and the congestion and move inside the circle. So yes, the way they have amped up their performance, they deserve this win. So I think H2E can do so.
Definitely. Let's keep our fingers crossed and hope that one of these teams win. Perhaps it would have been lovely if both the teams would, but that's not possible. Only one team walks away with the chicken dinner. But at the same point, I definitely want to be able to this time around see what sort of a gameplay is going to be showcased, because the flight path this time was majorly favored towards the northern side, and of course the zone also played a lot of major curveballs after the fourth zone itself. So this time around, I really want to be able to see on your angle where is this flight path going to take us, and where exactly is that zone, the critical zone in week 3. It is playing such chaotic game with these lads, with these boys, that the teams that are making those early rotations are the ones who are a little more comfortable with the erratic shift that the zone showcases.
Well, after day number 1 and day number 2, these teams have adapted themselves with whatever
True.
crazy circle PUBG gods are going to throw at them. I think they will manage and fare off really well, because we don't see very bad performance coming from a team that is performing in week number 3 and suddenly going with a 0 point. That is not happening except for few teams which are not able to step up. So this time, talking flight path, a decent flight path for all the teams, as it is going from the side of Milta Power towards the side of Georgia Pool, and where my predicted team drops in, that is H2E. Even Quantum Rage also usually goes towards the side of Yasnia. They can easily glide over to Yasnia and have a complete control of that city. Maybe if the circle, yesterday's circle is repeated, maybe Quantum Rage can get a win also, because yesterday I do remember Quantum Rage for a very long time they were holding the city of Yasnia. And in fact, it was a final circle curveball that created trouble for Quantum Rage when they had to come out in the open, and Triple Esports kind of capitalized on the situation, but still Senior managed to get the second spot. Yes, Team Quantum Rage, they have the capability to get a win in the map of Erangel, so let's see if they can do so. Even Magnus also, because on the southern side we have usually Team I8 and Team Metershot Sky. Both are missing, they are sitting out, both are not in the equation. So Magnus Esports and other teams who are somewhere on the southern side, they also stand a good chance if we get to see a southern circle, and that is exactly what is happening. We have a southern circle, so maybe, or do we see a change in drop location from any of the team? Maybe Quraysh Esports, since Meteor Shot Sky is not in the picture, they are heading towards the side of Novorupnoi, and they are going to be rewarded by the circle as well. Even Grounders this time are also going for a change of drop location. Instead of Primorsk, right now they're heading towards the bridge of Novorupnoi. That means maybe they will go Novo. If they do so, Quraysh will welcome them. If they head over to the side of military base, they can get a good loot. Even the players of Team Star also this time they are on the farm side instead of Siverny. Last time when they did so, the circle was completely opposite. So circle was towards the side of Siverny, but this time the drop location change is working for them because the circle is towards the southern side, and Magnus also they are heading for a very early rotation. All the teams do know I8 is not in the picture, so head over to the military base as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Well, making early rotations is definitely a good thing, and that is definitely favoring so many of these teams. But from the northern side, of course, the late rotation that we can anticipate from, of course, TmW, H2E, BABLU, as well as TUF actually, they need to be careful because if they end up working towards a late rotation in this game, where it likely seems to be going towards the military base or perhaps in between the bridges itself towards Novo. And if that happens, if these teams end up making late rotations, then it is going to be a very difficult conversion for them to be able to walk away with points, to be able to walk away with the elimination points as well. And of course, as we are already looking at the map, we were looking at the map, so many teams, and majority of them are working towards getting to the military base or towards those ridges, those cliffs that we have at the main island itself. But right now, what we need to see is where exactly is the first blood situation, first elimination going to be showcased. On our screens, we do have Quraysh Esports towards Novo Rapnoi. Again, what a perfect zone this was for Metershot for I8. But sadly, this time around, of course, they are the ones who will not be participating. That group will not be participating, Group C. And so the opportunity for them to have a really good game and get those points has been snatched away, perhaps. But that's okay, because after all, we still do have, after this, 2 Miramar games as well. And they will be back to get their vengeance, to get those points. But right now, stalemate, a slow progress being showcased on this map. As soon as I bring in the word slow, it seems that's not going to be the case, because the opposite is going to be showcased from the side of Freestyle, as they have made that rotation, and now the teams that are going to be already setting themselves up for that bridge camp are the ones who can definitely get advantages in this. And it seems like it is going to be none other than FS right now, who are working exactly towards that, as they have gripped towards the players of North Esports. And North Esports' players, they have fallen down. All of them pretty much have fallen down. We've only got one player, that's going to be Zameen, all the way up top on that watchtower, and that too will not be able to favor him. And what a perfect destructive force this team of Freestyle is turning out to be.
Certainly, freestyle. What a beautiful spray coming from the bridge area towards the side of Zameen, who was holding on to the up height advantage. Beautiful confirmations coming from the side of freestyle. Although they lost one of the player Pom 2 in the process, but I'm worried about Team Freestyle and North Esports, both the teams, because all the this commotion. There was a team that was on the other side of the bridge that was waiting for them to finish the fight and try and cross the bridge. That is going to be Magnus Esports. The minute freestyle will try to go over the bridge, maybe Magnus will punish there, but somewhere else, Regicide and Team Grounders are also locking horns with each other, and trades are coming in. Let's see if a confirmation might come in from any of the side. Even Team Star is also in the close proximity in a 2v2 split. All these teams are trying to squeeze inside the center. That is the military base island, going for the C buildings and the buildings of military base island. How that is going to fare off, that's the main question, because usually Lakshya we do see the final circle either goes towards the western side or towards the southern side. It never uh, it never forms in the city of the military base. It never forms in the buildings of the military base. So these teams have to come out sooner or later, or maybe not. That's upon the circle.
Indeed. Absolutely. Now, just to add on one more point to that, so many of these teams, right? I mean, apart from TMW, H2E, BABLU, TUF, and Quantum Rage, all the other teams have already made a pre-planned approach based on the zone. What if the zone actually favors towards the northern side, south of Farm, where we have all those ridges from the main island? Then these teams are going to be in a lot more chaotic mess. But of course, for now, based on the statistics that we know about PUBG Mobile, 80%, 85%, the zone is of course going to be ending on the military base. But for now, based on just that exact same thing, we do have so many players going down. In the first 7 minutes of the game itself, we are down from 64 to 56 players. All 16 teams still do remain, but on our screens now we do have 3x Tyrant. What a perfect DPS approach that was, and he tries to bring in a damaging approach towards 3x, and now 3x themselves are getting hammered on from T20 I mean, this is the kind of chaos that is going to ensue when you got all the teams forced to make an early southern rotation.
Well, certainly 3x 2v2 split not working in their favor, and Gravity also hits the ground as Miracle with that M762 destroys a lot of damage. And will he be going for the confirmation as well? But right now 420 boy is going for the confirmation onto the fallen comrade of Miracle, who is going to for the rescue mission. And Mary, he has been rescued. That means 3x Miracle has a backup also. He has a teammate on the other side. 420 boy is all by himself in a 1v2 situation. Can he clutch it out and save the day for his team? That's the main question. Or will 3x will come out on the top as Miracle coming from the sidelines, and Mary still holding the back lines, providing perfect cover 5 which Miracle needs, but Miracle just survived those shots on a sliver of HP.
What luck right there for Miracle, of course, but again, he needs to deliver with his name, and right now it's not just working out because his teammate Mary has already gone down. He's down to a sliver of HP. He does not have a first aid. He has bandages that he was trying to utilize, but from the side of Coach, also it's all down to 420 boy, who's delivering some perfect punches. But will this be the final battle, or will it go in favor of 3x? And definitely the question has been answered. 3x are the ones who will be able to eliminate the players of T20 Quarry. A difficult fight it definitely was for both of these teams, but it is 3x, Mary and Miracle. Miracle definitely played a miracle play right here and got his team those very important elimination points. But alongside that, look at the number of vehicles that are rotating towards that from, of course, the Zarki and Giorgio region that we spoke about earlier. And the zone itself is constricting further and further more towards the eastern side of the main military base itself. So we'll have to now see who are the ones, which are the teams that have already put a perfect position of themselves in the military base. And for now, we have Regicide and the Grounders to talk about, as they are close to each other, locking horns, trying to get those eliminations. Again, we saw the Grounders, Mr. Black, throw nades. Of course, that makes the players of R3D very wary as well. And now the opening has been created, and that opening is going to be favored towards both of these teams actually, because we've got trades taking place from both the sides. The Grounders definitely were trying their level best, but Regicide, they just reign in a little more supreme in terms of the way that they were able to eliminate and bring down the players of the Grounders, and thus the numbers now have gone against the Grounders, as Evil Boy will be holding on to his dear life with that nade.
Well, certainly, and the nade is not going to provide him much for now, because all he has the smokes right now, and Nocto along with his teammates is trying to rush towards the side of the last player of Grounder. And this time all the three players, the Molotov he tried didn't dish out a lot of damage, but he takes on one of the player, but a backup was already there and the cover fire was there. Noki eliminates the last player of Grounders as well. Grounders becomes the second team to bid bye-bye from the lobby, and Reggie side, well, they have earned themselves 4 defeat points at the cost of one of their player, Baz. Now they have the entire military base to themselves, all the buildings. But the last player of North Esports, Roshan, is also lingering nearby. He needs to be a bit careful. On the other side, a few of the teams are coming from the waterways. They need to check their backs because they have TFD, Faulty Devils, also on their back. But another fight is breaking on the bridge area between Freestyle and the players of H2E, who had taken a lot of damage from the blue and now are moving inside the safety of the skull.
Well. From one side, it was Magnus that we saw earlier was waiting. But on our screens, of course, right now, as we go back down to the fights, it is going to be Quraysh Esports taking on perfect sprays against the players of TFD. And that utility perfection is being utilized from Quraysh. And the momentum is definitely being pushed on forth from the previous game to this one as well, as they start getting those elimination points in their favor. But along with that, we also were part of some early fights in this game. That means there are a few teams who are left with only a one-man army. As you perfectly mentioned, you've got final player from North Esports, that's going to be Roshan, who was in the players to watch out list, players to focus from the previous game. Down south of the military base itself, we do have one final player of Team Start, that's going to be Sultana. But the bridge area, this is where a lot of fight, a lot of commotion is definitely going to start as H2E pushed their luck and forced themselves against the players of Magnus, who were just easily trying and waiting to see any other team an opportunity to be provided to them to be able to get those points, and that's exactly what they're doing. But team H2E, they have pushed on, and they are now either going to be able to push into the military zone or military island, or they're all going to be falling down right here. They've already lost down on Dread, but both these teams now need to be careful because the Blues have definitely caught up to them.
And talking about the blue, talking about the healings also, Magnus, they do have few healings in their hands, but I don't know about H2E because they were coming with the late rotation. They have already used those bandages and the healings in the process of moving inside the circle. But right now, both these teams are taking the brunt of the blue, and this is an inevitable fight. They have to take it because from the backlines also, we can see few of the teams might rotate in towards the bridge area because I did see TUF also over there. But let's see if they have taken another path of rotation. But right now, H2E Tarzan, he's in the crosshairs of Faster, holding on to cheeky angle. Let's see if Faster can put a bullet onto Tarzan because Tarzan, well, what can he do? He can go for the waterways. But will he make it to the island in the safe time? Because all he has two force states, which he can't use in the water. So, what are the odds H2E will make it to the safe land?
Very difficult conversion. Very, very difficult conversion. But both these teams need to prioritize the zone as well. Of course, right now they're prioritizing those points, those elimination points. But Magnus also, if they don't make that early rotation towards the zone has already moved away 1,000 meters, even though they are at the military base bridge itself. But on our screens, we have another fight that's brewing right now, and that's going to be between the players of course, TmW. Now, TmW, they are pretty vary in terms of how they take on fights, and right now it's going to be TUF who are trying to rotate into the zone, but have been hurt a little bit as Edgar is lost down right there. At the same point, again, from far away, Joker Sir, what a perfect spray, as he will hold down the fort and not allow the players of TmW to get Edgar's point confirmed, but there's no way that he's going to be able to give that revival to Edgar, and thus, of course, TUF is going to be losing out on one of their players.
Well, certainly, majority of the teams are trying to hold the coastline on the southern side. 3x becomes the only team to hold the cave areas of the military base and having a little bit of the height advantage. For now, they're in a complete safe position to avoid all that congestion and the commotion because they don't have the numbers advantage. Also, only two men are standing from the side of 3x Esports, where other teams are taking the damage of the blue. Some are coming from the side of Noy and TmW. They have spotted on TUF Joker Sir and takes him down from a moving vehicle. But Hayan, he needs to heal up really fast because all he has is only 5 bandages. But courtesy to the crate of the teammates, he now has few post-its in his hand, but he still needs to move inside the safety of the circle as soon as possible because it's a fourth circle that will be coming in, and they are 1,300 meters away from the circle.
Exactly. And a lot of teams are left with only a one-man army, as we were talking about earlier, as we do have H2E's final player Assad also rotating towards the comfort of the zone. For now, the zone itself is going to be constricting. Another second, and there we will see another shift. And what a shift this has been. What a perfect zone this has been. Again, not for the teams, but definitely when it comes to the masala that we want to be able to see. As of now, we do have, of course, 52 esports pretty much in the center right there. Alongside them, of course, there are going to be a lot many more teams, but we can see from the south western flank, we have Magnus also rotating in, and we know the capability that Magnus holds. So we'll have to see if that'll be working or not. At the same time, now Quantum Rage also get eliminated thanks to BABLU.
Certainly, BABLU getting few good defeat points in their favor, but Magnus Esports, they also have made it to the safety of the circle, and they are also holding the coastline. They have the numbers advantage. All the 4 players are still inside the lobby. And 52 esports, they are somewhat on the epicenter of the circle. So that means even if the next circle shifts, 52 will find themselves in the safety of the white circle. But Magnus Esports, let's see what's going to happen as they're closing the distance towards the side of 52. And 52, they have an idea where exactly the players of Magnus are, and they're prepared for this fight. But the question is, are the players of Magnus prepared? But on the other side, Playzone is also taking on few of the players as Malik hits the ground and TUF has lost one of the player due to play zone.
Well, Magnus, as you were talking about it, the player Drolin making that rotation has been spotted from 52 Esports' Jojo right now. On the other front, the players of BABLU, as they were making a late entry into the zone from the eastern side, were able to capitalize on a few points as they eliminated Quantum Rage, but now they seem to be in a little bit of a tricky mess of their own against the players of course Regicide, where Regicide's perfect spray has resulted in BABLU losing out one of their players, well, knocked down one of their players, and right now it's going to be Nocto, who is so in front, who is absolutely so close to be able to mow down the player of BABLU, but barely escapes with his life right there. And of course, that could have been a very difficult position for Regicide, as they've already lost one of their players, and Nocto is down. If Nocto would have been knocked down, then they would have been left with only 2-man squad. But BABLU, utilizing that perfect spray, have now been able to, of course, get the revives done as well. Now all they need to do is get those points. And H2E's Assad, he seems to have been spotted from Magnus Esports' Zen. Zen is just patiently waiting for that fish to come towards Magnus's battle and of course convert that point. At the same time, now back to that same fight. It is going to be Regicide now, who are in a lot of trouble as they are left with only one player. Ashad is the only final player remaining, and he's so far out, so far away. Getting the survival confirmed is definitely not going to be easy, and BABLU will definitely be looking forward to the final player, as they've already accumulated 5 elimination points, and all 4 of their members are still standing. A very good game this could turn out for Team BABLU as well, because they are towards the northern side of the zone, and we are still yet to see in next 15 seconds where the zone is going to be constructing.
Well, certainly, the zone is going to decide the fate of so many teams out there. But also about the fact that majority of the teams went for a very quick rotation because of the southern circle shift, the very first circle towards the southern side. So this time they are a little short on those first aid and the healings, as we can already see. Majority of the players are either having only the bandages or just a single first aid to work around with. But right now, Vasi of FS has been spotted down by Drawlin with that single tap shots, and Drawlin is trying to get the elimination onto Wasi. And if I'm not wrong, Wasi is on a sliver of HP. Talking about the healings,
True.
I think Wasi is also a little short, in fact, too much short on those healings and the bandages. So let's see how can he survive, because Zarbab, he has a vehicle and he's already going for the circle. He's already prioritizing the circle, which is a smart decision because Wasi is already been taken down by Magnus Esports, and with that, Zarbaf has also been spotted down.
Well, Zarbaf pushing his luck in the water to try and see for how long, in fact, is he going to be able to survive. We'll find that out, I guess, not for too long, because he has been spotted as Drawlin brings down that spray. Zarbaf goes down to almost 50% HP. Magnus Esports, they've got a really good hold as well from this side of the zone. But all in all, we know that the momentum that we were talking about for Magnus definitely is looking good. For BABLU is looking very comfortable. But in the center still is 52 Esports. And the best part for 52 Esports is that perfect cover, the compound that they've got working for them. Now Magnus and 52 Esports, if at all a fight starts between these two, then that could be very beneficial for Team BABLU, that we can see in the backlines are making an entry in towards the zone right now.
Well, certainly they are trying to move inside the safety of the circle from the northern side, but on the eastern side also we have the players of Quraysh Esports holding on to the periphery and are being so silent. They have all the 4 players inside the lobby, so that means they are waiting for the numbers to go down, the remaining players to go down. That is when they will start picking the fights, and when the circle is going to favor them, their position won't be compromised. But looks like the players whose position has been compromised is Assad, the last player from side of H2E, holding on to the water area. But right now Team BABLU showing on the doorstep of Team Magnus. Well, few of the players of Team BABLU has been taken down, and with a beautiful grenade from the side of finisher, Dani also hits the ground. Let's see what's going to happen, as the numbers are already in the favor of Team Magnus, and Team BABLU, they are falling down, as Wolf is also on a 30 to 40 HP. Zibian is the only hope, but Dani is bleeding out. Fan is there. Zibian takes a hefty damage and gets taken down from the side of Magnus Esports.
Well, what a conversion this was. This was a little risky for the side of BABLU, of course, as we can clearly see two of their players were dropped down, but what a perfect momentum conversion for them, because now they have the players and they have the elimination points as well. TUF, what a shot that was. Virus, all the way from the water lines, just holding on to a small little rock, was able to convert that elimination point. What a perfect spray. But now we are left with only 6 teams, 14 players in total, of which, as of course, Shadow did just mention right now, Quraysh, they are part of the fight, or rather, they are now going to be part of the fight. They have been very, very quiet. They've got the numbers, they've got the players. BABLU, they are going to have to fight once again to get in the zone. As we can see, the team green is Team BABLU, and the zone has moved towards the players of 52 Esports.
Certainly 52, they have the majority of the control of the real estate right now, but Team BABLU wants to contest that, and the way Team BABLU are spreading themselves across 52 esports, let's see what's going to happen, because this is a good spread, but maybe some other team like Quraysh can do a third party, but right now Wolf finds a beautiful knock onto Joker of 52 over there, and right now Wolf going for the aggressive push towards the side of Joker, might be looking for a confirmation and a point for himself and his team, but 52 Jojo cooking up a grenade on the side of Zabian. This can be a deadly grenade because Wolf is also in the close proximity, but Jojo is going to miss out on the perfect projectile.
Absolutely. Now, 52 Esports, even though I mentioned that this position that they're in, the compound that they're in, could very well help them, but now it seems like they're in a little bit of a sandwich situation because they've already lost out on one of their player. From one side, it's BABLU. On the other front, it is, of course, Quraysh who are trying to push on ahead into the compound as well. It could help out 52 Esports if Team BABLU and Quraysh Esports end up taking a fight between each other, from which, of course, 52 Esports will have to just stay as silent as they possibly can. Team H2E's Assad still surviving. Along with that, I believe we still do have North Esports as and TUF's player who are still surviving, who are a one-man army. So even though we're looking at 6 teams remaining, the majority players are, of course, only 3 teams, which has 52 Esports' name, Quraysh's name, as well as BABLU.
Certainly, I'm talking about BABLU. Zibian has been knocked down, and Wolf is going for the race, and the smokes are already being deployed. So let's see 52 esports from the safety of the compounds. This is the only team which has a hard cover for themselves. But Quraysh Esports, they also have a little bit of the slope to work around with, and the airdrop is going to reward them with those crucial level 3 armor which they need in this situation. And TUF Virus, well, he's being so silent right now, and so is Assad from the side of H2E. The fight is happening, and Virus finally chimes in, takes down Pan from the side of BABLU, and now his position has been compromised as Jaguar did hear the bullets, and now he has an idea there is a player in the water. But the main question is how Virus is going to make it to the mainland, because he's in the water and the circle has taken a northern shift.
Absolutely. But he is definitely playing his cards right. I mean, he's utilizing every single opportunity and possibility that he can to damage his opponents. And that's what TUF Virus is building in this game. But of course, a little bit of a stalemate scenario between these teams that are on the mainland itself. Quraysh, BABLU did take a damage and have been able to get that revive. On the other front, TUF Virus, he seems to have swam in a little more closer, for which Jaguar might not be prepared because he is interested in a fight against the players of Team BABLU. And TUF's Virus, somehow he's able to spot and find out even a small little rock to stand on and then take on shots, which again he's definitely going to try right about now. But along with that, H2E's final player Assad is also pushing his luck and getting toward closer and closer towards where TUF Virus is. And on the backlines, we just saw North Esports' final player is also in the water.
Well, certainly, and Jaguar picking fight with Team BABLU is like a blessing in disguise for the players of 52 esports, because they're still holding on to the compound, but the teammate Mani is focusing his attention towards the side of 52 now. So that means this fight is going to be crucial, because Quraysh, they are picking fights on multiple fronts, and if they don't isolate it, but on the other side, Assad finds Virus swimming in the water and puts an end to him. With that, TUF has been eliminated at 6th position, and Saad earned himself and his team one defeat point. And Jaguar, still being so stubborn on that position, wants to pick up a fight with the plus of Team BABLU, but a single grenade, a single perfect projectile of the grenade or a Molotov is required from his side, which he's not having at all. He's a little short on those throwables, but he finds a Molotov, in fact, two Molotovs, and let's see if he can find a knock also on the plus of Team BABLU.
Absolutely. Now, this is the point where 52 Esports should have actually chimed in along, because the stalemate between Quraysh and BABLU has been going on for quite some time, and Quraysh Esports are actually making a lot of movements as well. And 52 Esports, if they can, they should definitely try and capitalize in this position and perhaps bring in a few shots against the players of Quraysh. But for now, it is going to be NES's final player, North Esports' final player, Rojang, also going down. That means we're left with 4 teams in total, and of course, in that, these are the 3 teams that are on the land, and only one final player is in the water. For now, Quraysh Esports, I mean, they are trying their level best, but they are also now definitely losing out on this fight, because their utilities are definitely going down, for which perhaps BABLU can maybe capitalize and now start bringing in those throwables against the players of Quraysh Esports, because they ought to know by now where Quraysh Esports' players are, and that's exactly what Team BABLU is going to be trying.
Certainly, but they are going to come out in the open. Looks like they're a little short on those throwables and the smokes, as Team Quraysh Jaguar takes down not just 1-2 players and make it the entire Team BABLU has been eliminated. Now 52 also comes out in the open, takes down one of the player of Quraysh Esports, but their own teammate was taken down before. Now 52 standing as the only player, Firo.
Absolutely, this is going to be a very difficult conversion for him, and it is not going to be easy, as we will be able to have Quraysh Esports easily dominate against the players of 52 Esports. 9 defeats have been confirmed for them. They know exactly where the final player is, and that's from H2E, and that Assad will be lost. Of course, he swam and went in the perfect trajectory to be able to walk away with those decent placement points. But talk about consistent play, talk about being cheeky in the lobby. Quraysh Esports trying and doing everything to walk out with these points, and with that, 9 eliminations, chicken dinner in their hand, 3rd in the overall ranking. What a play from Quraysh Esports.
Certainly, Quraysh Esports, they need those points, and they're definitely ranking all those points in terms of elimination and the placement points as well. 2 big wins from their side is going to help their case if they want to climb the ladder and come on the top in the ranking system. But let's see about the other teams also, because H2E also, this time again they delivered a very good performance. Sanhok, they were not able to get too many points, but damage they were dished out was close to 1000. So H2E again back-to-back good performance coming from their side as well, and Team BABLU as well. Team BABLU, this time they had the numbers advantage. I think they were a little short on those smokes and the grenades, because of which they were not using them. That is where they were forced to come out in the open, and that is where Quraysh capitalized.
Again, I mean, these signs of life that we see from BABLU is what we want to be able to see in every single game that they participate in, because today the way that they played and pushed on and got those elimination points is exactly the kind of BABLU that we want to be able to see. But you perfectly mentioned they had no utilities, and that in turn took the game away from them. But of course, along with that, it is time for us to go down that short little break. Stick around, as we still do have 2 more games remaining for the day.
It's happening. It's all happening, Bhavna. I mean, Quraysh have done it yet again. They started off dominating day number 1 of week number 3. Day number 2 was a little bit of a dip down, but what a recovery. Back-to-back chickens for, Quraysh Esports. Now, this is exactly what they wanted, to prove everybody what they're made of. It's something that does not come in a day or two. They've been working hard for it, and the result right in front of us in a very, very absurd military island circle, right at the southernmost tip. That is where the zone went. We have seen this happen even in the past, where I8 did manage to get a chicken dinner out of it, and well, I mean, let's say they were not lucky this time because they were not even in the lobby this time. So that is again another of those factors. Had that been the case, things could have been different. But yeah, I think it was a really good game of Erangel as well. I mean, we're finally done with the Erangels. But how did you feel about it overall?
Well, it was very interesting because the circle itself was playing such a game with all those teams, and I have to say it, the IGLs, every single team IGL, they kind of knew the circle is going to go towards the coastline of the southern island, because that is where everyone was holding on to the position. Even Magnus Esports, every single team was over there. But talking about the one individual that stole all the thunder, the MVP is going to be Jaguar from the side of Quraysh Esports. Well, he became the ugly thorn for the side of Team BABLU as well. 5 eliminations to his name and 534 damage that he was dishing out.
I mean, it's not the first time he's on the MVP boards, right? In fact, contending for that MVP award also, that we have that extra $1,000, and he's definitely in the list, and he is marching his way into succession. And the way this lad has been playing, I mean, what do we talk about him? He's proven his mettle time in and time again, and this game as well. As with every successful game that Quraysh have, Jaguar has such an important role to play. But Sardarji also making his mark over here. Finally, Team BABLU finding some respite. The grounders, even despite Mr. Black not surviving for such a long time, did manage to get those 3 eliminations to his name.
Well, certainly 3 elimination. Regicide and Team Grounders were the first to hold the military base island, and they got into kerfuffle with each other, and Team Regicide came on the top. Mr. Black, although he survived for a very long time, he tried his best to use those molotovs and everything, but 3 elimination despite getting taken down pretty early. That means a good gameplay and valiant effort were coming from his side, and also is from the side of Knock Knock of Regicide as well.
Oh yeah, I mean, this little game, much needed for all these teams. But as we take a look at the match summary over here, of course, Jaguar does have the highest elimination damage. Goes to Mr. Black, assists again, Jaguar's name, and Joker getting that longest elimination, 320 meters. And that's a far off distance. I mean, I've got to tell you this. But again, Shadow was again a really good game of Erangel, a little different to our taste. Something, different from the ordinary. We were kind of done with those Gatka circles. We did witness, something happening around this time, around the eastern side in the first game of Erangel, where Quraysh still did manage to get that chicken dinner. It has all been about holding out on the centers of the circle. But yeah, teams like Quraysh, then you've got H2E, even Team BABLU, 52 Esports. So we've also got to talk about them. They've also been, racking up a lot of points to their names, especially not in terms of finishes though, but the position points in Erangel has been plenty to be talking about them.
Certainly, this could have been the game of 52 Esports, because the only compound in the final circle was in their hands, and they let the players of Team BABLU and Quraysh fight amongst each other, and that was working in their favor. But in the end, they had to come out in the open. That is where they started crumbling down one after other, because 2 of the players of 52 were taken down in a single spray from the side of Jaguar, if I'm not wrong. I think it was Jaguar. So 52, well, it was their game. But talking about H2E, the reason for few elimination is Assad. He was holding on to his position inside the water. He was so comfortable over there. The circle every single time was in their favor. So all he had to do was go for the placement points, and he did so, because he got 12 placement points, and that is something at least I didn't expect, because there were other players also inside the water, like TUF Joker, who could have spotted on H2E.
Oh yeah, he certainly could have done that. And in those situations we have seen teams resorting to the waterways, and it also did happen in the past. There was that one game I remember, very vivid. I8 getting the chicken dinner, Team BABLU still just swimming their way, could not really make it to the top. But yeah, it was again a very good game. But we're finally done with the matches of Erangel. 2 more Miramars remain, and it is going to be the first Miramar of this evening. Now, as custom dictates, it's going to be teams from Group B that are going to be sitting this one out. So no more of Quraysh. So we're not going to witness the hat-trick just yet. Maybe in the second game of Miramar, Quraysh still has a spot on getting that third hat trick. I think Magnus did it first, followed by Metershot Sky, and then Quraysh. They're on a run of their own. A lot of teams have gotten back-to-back chicken dinners, but the hat trick, only a few have managed to get it for themselves. And Quraysh, I mean, the way they've been playing, the kind of momentum that they've built on for themselves is something really to be talking about, because they have taken us by a storm, every single one. Because week 3 they come in, they dominate all along the 2 Livik maps, if you remember them playing. I really thought maybe Quraysh, they're gonna win the Livik map the last week, but the Grounders just surprised all of us, and you did get that 1 on your prediction, which also brings us down. Have you gotten any predictions right lately, Shadow?
No, no. H2E, they came second. Every single time this happens.
I mean, yeah, I think H2E is one of those teams that has really impressed us in this particular week. Exactly playing the way H2E are supposed to, right? If not in terms of getting those chickens, but at least in terms of the position points, they've been so consistent. You know, the 3rd position, 4th position points. That is all we need, right? If you can rack it up with, let's say, 5 or 6 elimination points extra, then that is all what you get. You know, if once we take a look at, you know, whatever happened in this game of Erangel, but before that, we'll have to take a look at the damage graph in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. And yeah, Quraysh Esports pretty much dominating throughout the lobby. It was mostly Jaguar, the 1356 points of damage. Team BABLU in a very promising position. Again, Team Magnus bowing out a little early, but still decent amount of damage being dealt. But look at the Grounders. I think majority of it has to do with Mr. Black.
Well, certainly 3 elimination only they got, and all 3 were from the side of Mr. Black. All the damage was dished out in the military base, because they were the first team to go for the early rotation along with the Regicide. So yes, Mr. Black had a major role in that damage grab. But talking about the teams who are still on the bottom are going to be Faulty Devils, Metershot Sky, A+B+C+D Esports. Well, they were sitting out this one, but still their military is continuing in week number 3. The only team that has taken a jump is going to be Team BABLU with a 4-point jump, sitting on the 12th spot with 65 points.
Yeah, I mean, Team BABLU had to do it, and I think the first 2 games they were kind of struggling, not at the best of positions to take fights or engage in. Even in the Erangel game, they got pretty close, but you know, taking a lot of fights at the peripheries, could not really make it inside the circle. But as we take a look at the first page, this is where we see some changes happening. You know, Quraysh Esports maybe reclaiming that top spot for themselves. There you go, H2E right at the second, but the difference is not too much. Magnus losing out on that first spot, and this is like a cause of concern for these lads, because they need to get that chicken dinner at least for now. But what I really need to bring into everybody's attention over here is the fact that H2E, they are holding on to that second spot without a chicken dinner. Look at the position points they've gotten, you know, far ahead from everybody. The second closest have been, I guess, Freestyle 68. 74 is what they've gotten. What they really need to emphasize or focus upon is getting a few more eliminations, and they're really good to go. Because for H2E, it's much needed, right? Missing out on you know, playing those bonus maps, it kind of all boils down to this. Last time they did, however, play it, and this time onwards they have to have a good outing. They need to make sure they are in the top 16 and they qualify without any qualms or worries. But next game up is going to be Miramar, like we've already discussed. Quraysh, TUF, H2E, TMW, these 4 teams, they're going to be sitting this one out. So we've got a few places up for grabs, you know, highlighting Chumasera, you know, one of the best places to, you know, loot at in the map of Miramar. So, of course, this is one of those maps that I'm really excited to see. I want to see what happens between, you know, the big guns. Are they going to make a comeback? Are Team Magnus finally going to get that chicken dinner? Because finally, Quraysh and H2E, 2 of the most, even included with TUF, 3 of the most consistent teams in week number 3 are not going to be playing this game. So maybe, Shadow, this is your chance. This is your chance to, you know, swing your bat in the air, maybe thinking it connects and goes for a home run. So, predictions, man.
Every single time I go for that hope, and still get stuck with that one. Maybe I just need that Leavik map, but yeah, this time
need to have more of it.
Yeah, I need to have more of Leavik now. Okay, this time I'm going with Team Star, because they have a consistent performance in Miramar.
Okay, so you're going with Team Star. I think, you know, on this one, I would want to go with, really confused, maybe Team Qwerty. I think they've always been my go-to pick in Miramar, and they did give me my first success, and it's long time coming, right? Maybe even Team BABLU can get a chicken dinner. I wouldn't be surprised. But then again, I'm also confused between Magnus because they lost out on the first spot, and they're gonna be a little salty, a little angry about it because this is one of those teams that loves taking that lead. And sometimes it's okay for Magnus because as long as they're in the race, this is something that they can afford to do, right? Take a lot of fights, engage, and just ease off their hands a little bit, build that confidence going on. So that's something that has been lacking with the other bigger names like I8. But I think I'm gonna stick with QWERTY on this map. You're going to go with Team Star. I think God Fury has been such an instrumental player for his team. But let's find out, ladies and gentlemen, as we take it up to the skies. It is gonna be the desert of Miramar, where it is hot, definitely not humid. It's dry, sweaty. You need to have your kombuchas on, or maybe something, maybe a cool lime or a mojito, a virgin mojito maybe for people that are underage. But yeah, hello to our friends from Pakistan who had been casting, and yeah, it's I think we do have a little bit of a rehost. We're gonna be back into the game in just a wee while. But yeah, talking about the other teams, right? Regicide, I think I would want to know your opinions on Regicide, because this week they have been looking like the Regicides that was long lost, right? They have started performing well.
They have certainly started performing really well. In the previous one, also Regicide, they won not having too bad performance. In fact, week number 1 and week number 2, pretty balanced gameplay coming from their side. The amount of points, yes, in week number 1 they accumulated quite higher than as compared to week number 2. But
Yeah.
after that little downfall, the way they are picking themselves up in week number 3, I think that is impressive.
And that definitely is impressive, right? Especially much needed, right? In this game also, we did see Knock Knock being one of the top 5 players, and we have seen these lads have so much potential, especially even when count Nocto also inside the squad. And Regicide has kind of lost their old former glory, right? This was one of those teams that used to love to dominate throughout the lobbies, and there was once a time that they had their moments, they had their glory days, and clearly on the path of trying to redeem that, reclaim whatever it is on the grabs. And it all comes down to the grand finals. Of course, that's gonna start off next week. I'm so excited about it because so many questions yet to be answered. Is it gonna be Team Magnus with their consistency just reigning supreme? Is it gonna be someone else? Is it gonna be Quraysh, who's been having such a scintillating form, and they're gonna move forward with all their joy and glory and do it for their team? Is it gonna be maybe, let's say, a team like TUF, or maybe somebody else out from the blue? Is it going to be Quantum Rage, surprising, so consistent, and then suddenly in the grand finals just living up to it and stepping up on the occasion when it matters? So many contenders, even I8 as a matter of fact, because there's the speculation even that was brought while Blotter and I were casting, whether it's just a fluke, or are they just going to are they just trying out different strategies to get used to even in adverse situations. But what do you think? I'm pretty sure you guys have had this discussion. What do you think is the primary issue with I8 that's going on right now?
I8, yes, in week number 2, they were always scattered in every single fight, like you also pointed out. That was the main reason. But in this particular week, I think it's not because they are scattered, because I think every single team is already having a read onto I8, and they're questioning their own strat. They're questioning themselves because before picking up a fight. In day number 1 also, we did see they spotted on one of the player and they let him go. It was the player of Team Magnus, if I'm not wrong, because they need those points. And this time they are going for a little safe gameplay, which is not working. When they try to go aggressive, they get third party or they are scattered. So something is not definitely working for I8. Maybe in the finals they will come up with something totally different and new, and they can again claim their throne on the top.
Maybe in fact, really at this point, I would love I8 trying to be playing a little bit more center oriented, because considering how they drop off, it's always on the southern sides, sometimes in the Sanhok a little towards the east, but it is usually at the extremities of the circle. This is one of those teams that loves taking, making sure that they have got their backs cleared at least from one direction. And that's the right way to approach. But especially when the lobby is going on like this, it gets so difficult for them to adjust to it. But finally, ladies and gentlemen, we are again after a little bit of weather conditions being not okay. I swear if I'm saying that, because in Gurgaon it definitely isn't. Has been raining for the past 3 days and doesn't seem to stop at all. I wouldn't be surprised if I would be swimming on the roads in the next few moments. But for teams, they're gonna go into a land where there is actually scarcity of water, not on the borderlines, but of course on the mainland, especially when you're going to Hacienda del Patron, to the house of the boss, or maybe San Martin. But I'm really excited to see who takes a drop. In fact, this time at Chumacera, because last time TUF hadn't played, there were two teams that dropped over there, and one team had the last laugh.
Certainly, but I want to see where Team BABLU is going, because Team BABLU usually have a dynamic drop location in the map of Miramar, but recently in the previous few weeks they have been going towards the side of Valle Dilmar, and this time also they are going towards the side of Valle Dilmar, and the fact that H2E is not in the equation, so Team BABLU can afford to go for the splits, and which they are exactly doing so. Chumacera, I think two players are heading towards the side of Chumacera, two players heading towards the side of Valle Dilmar. Even in the Sanhok also, yesterday we did see in a kind of unorthodox split from the side of Team BABLU, two players in Sami, two players in Painan, and despite the fact of the split, they went for a win in that particular game. So maybe this time also they can do so.
I mean, they certainly can do, but look at it. I mean, oh god, they went down south and the circle went all the way up north. And this is a game that, Team Magnus, teams like Star, maybe Shadow, maybe you could benefit from this game. Maybe you could get that extra +1. Maybe the score becomes 2. Because Star is in a really good, promising position. Water treatment area, got that little bit of a high ground, little bit of hills also, a little bit of ridges also sort of guarding you. It's all about finding that perfect spot. But even for QWERTY, I think they're in a decent one. 3x, they've taken a good split, usually them, nothing out of ordinary. And the Grounders, surprisingly, have taken over Picado. I believe the Faulty Devils, considering the fact that they've decided to go elsewhere. They're kind of dropping down at El Pozo. So a little bit of switcheroos that we are getting to witness from over here, because Team BABLU, look at, well, two players way apart, and they're just looting around Chumacera, like you said. But I hope they're out of harm's way, because North Esports right beside them, we know that they kind of tend to go towards the southern side of Los Leones, and that is exactly, I think, where they're headed.
I think exactly they are thinking the same thing, because TUF is not in the picture. Maybe North Esports will also try to capitalize on Chumacero, or maybe they would have seen the single parachute of the player of Team BABLU. Let's see where North Esports is heading. Oh, you are right. They are heading towards the side of Los Leones. But the position of the teams, Quantum Rage, I think, is in the best position right now, because yes, Team Star, they have a good control of the water treatment. But when the circle is going to shift, the next circle is going to form, Team Star will be right in thick and thin of action. They will be forced to take so many fights. On the other side, Quantum Rage, they will be safe. They will be having the complete control of the northern territory, at least for now they have. But the split that is coming from their side, maybe things can go south with this kind of split in Miramar.
I mean, things can definitely. But for now, I mean, looking at this kind of a situation over here that's been building up, especially in week number 3, we have seen that center meta prevailing a lot. And Team Magnus, they're making no further delays, right? This could be that game that they had been waiting for. And even for Metershot X Sky, way down the ladder, pretty much at the bottom. And they need to do something. They need to get some fix. Talking about I8, I think in the previous game of Erangel, in fact, the first game of Erangel that we had, we could see some signs of resilience from their side, going up against Magnus, bringing the fights right at their faces and succeeding in that. But after that, of course, it was a game break, and then they could not even get inside the zone. Right? They had to deal with a lot, especially the biggest hindrance coming in from the players of freestyle. So this is one of those games that they really have to get their A game running, because they finally found that zeal in taking those fights, not shying away from it anymore. But again, that synergy is a little bit lacking, which we kind of were privy to in week number 1.
Certainly, synergy is the thing, but other team that is impressing me right now is Triple Esports. The performance they delivered yesterday and
100%.
today, Triple Esports, the aggression was never their problem. The firepower was never their problem because in week number one, every single game in damage graph, team Triple Esports, they had a very high tower in the damage graph, but they were not getting those points. But finally, in this particular week, they are getting the wins, they are getting the points, much needed points for Triple Esports. So this is also a very strong team, but right now they are in the close proximity with 52 Esports in La Cobreria.
Yeah, I think 52 Esports is one of those teams, like I said, has been very consistent throughout. And, the way Triple Esports have been playing, even in that first game of Erangel, they almost kind of, got that fight to their favor. But could not do much because they were kind of surrounded and still managed to get a #2 finish, if I'm not wrong. So that's, of course, there. And Triple Esports, yeah, they've really stepped up to the occasion in the final week, right? And it was much needed because they did not have much to lose. Either this or you're basically going home. That was all on the line, but Voltrox spotting out the players of 3x. Kratos taking some fire, still is out of harm's way as Gravity decides to just pummel down the players of 3x with all those bullets as 420. Boy, had a different angle and 3x were completely unaware of that situation. And now they don't have any choice, but they will have to fight. Or maybe they're retreating. They do not want to engage, leaving their teammate back. And maybe the wiser decision over here, just cutting down their losses, as Kratos does not have his vehicle around him anymore, as Gravity just prones down trying to fire upon those bullets. Nothing really connecting.
PX was reluctant on picking up this particular fight, but the way they have escaped from the clutches of 40 Esports, especially with that vehicle getting blown up, and I think Kratos has already been taken down. Yes, Kratos has been taken down, and 420 boy is looking for the defeat point. That means 3x Esports again going to leave their fallen comrade bleed to death because they are surviving as a two-man squad. And in the open fields of Miramar, you can't pick up a fight when you're unaware of the position of your opponent enemy, and there's another team also lingering nearby. That is going to be FS Esports. So 3x Esports, not a start they were anticipating.
Yeah, this shows the kind of a pressure that they're going through because, Tyrant and Kratos, both of them being taken down. Tyrant still bleeding down after that first knock that he had. I really felt maybe on the second occasion, I thought that, 3x could have fought back because, again, Qwerty was trying to go with the push. They had that high ground advantage to themselves. They decide against it as this time, running away from Qwerty, land themselves around Team Magnus. Finisher just whiffing the spray a little bit, did connect a few bullets. Not the kind of a laser spray that you would expect or you would rather get if you're standing and trying to take your shots. Kind of gets a little unstable. And all for the good reasons. I still would want to see, the M4 down a little bit because no matter how much we try and adjust that gun, that has been the bread and butter game of gun of rather PUBG Mobile. As freestyle, they decide to take a little bit of a high ground to themselves. As R3D, they've got a fight to pick.
Well, 3x Esports, this is not their day because Miracle has been picked off and elimination also coming in. That means 3x Esports, well, only player surviving is going to be Mary, and he's also taking a lot of damage from the side of R3D, and a vehicle explosion comes in, and 3x Esports bids bye-bye from the lobby at 16 spot. When you're trying to hold on to the center or squeeze inside the center, you tend to grab the attention of so many teams. That is exactly what happened with the players of 3x Esports. One after other team was already shooting in the direction. They managed to escape from the clutches of one team. Qwerty grabbed the attention of Magnus, then grabbed the attention of R3D. Also lost all the players in the process. So not a start anyone was hoping for 3x.
Yeah, definitely not. And felt like, they wanted to do was meant no harm, right? They just wanted to get to the center of the zone and did not want to pick fights under any cost whatsoever. A Teen Wolf, while he was trying to traverse, the grounders spot him out and shake the ground beneath him, as Zibyan has got a little bit of a high ground advantage. Does he fight back? Is the question in hand, as Sensi2 just thrown in, waiting for that right opportunistic moment, but BABLU decide against it as they tuck their tails and run.
They have to make an escape as soon as possible, and so is the players of Team Magnus are trying to do so. But right now, a vehicle explosion comes in and finisher gets taken down. But can Sirius go for the confirmation? Yes, he's going to go for the defeat point. And Team Magnus right now, they're surviving as a 3-member squad, and so many teams are trying to squeeze inside the center. They're holding the water treatment or the nearby area. Some other teams are coming from the southern side are going to be I8, FS, and North Esports. Maybe they can also collide in with each other.
I mean, they for sure can. At this point, Quantum Rage, this is one of those teams that we've been talking about, right? We've been speaking volumes about the consistency as, well, T20 QWERTY engaged themselves in a battle against Team Magnus. Of course, Gravity has been knocked out, but 420 needs to get that revive on him, and Magnus are in no situation to engage. They already have lost out on finisher. Now they're gonna lose out on faster. 2 of their primary assaulters having been taken down. It's not good news for Team Magnus, and I'm starting to wonder why. Was it just that one circle shift that could be, sparking the end of things for Magnus? Faster, of course, wanted to scour around the land, but now T20 QWERTY, after having secured that another knock, they have their eyes set on the other teams, and would just want to get that elimination point for themselves. But this is a split. It's a big split, Shadow. A little bit of a risky decision, but you need that if you want to have more ground to yourself.
I mean, the split is questionable, but also it gives you the terrain or the real estate of the circle to work around with. But looks like in this particular map of Miramar, the rotations are becoming problem for so many teams right now because they are losing out on their players. They are grabbing the attention of the teams who are present in the nearby vicinity. That makes all the teams who are holding the periphery right now are somewhat in a safe situation because they are not grabbing the attention of anyone. Going for the late rotation, the numbers are in their favor. All the 4 players are alive, which is not the case with Magnus, as they have lost 2 of the players. As faster has already been confirmed.
Yeah, faster being taken down is definitely not something that Team Magnus would have wanted. But look at the circle shifting towards southern side of Tare Amuda, just beside water treatment. I think this is a place where Team Star, they would be really happy to be at. We have seen a certain circle just kind of going to where Team Star are. If you remember that game where Metershot X Sky managed to get that chicken dinner for themselves, staying from that lower ground. So 52 Esports, their nearest threat, they've got to deal with them. But I like what Regicide are also doing, trying to take that northern area to themselves, as Pan just decides to scoot away from harm's way, as 420 Boy making sure the pressure is always on the players of Team BABLU.
Well, certainly, Team BABLU, this is their map, and the way they are taking the rotation, things are not looking in their favor, definitely. But right now, FS Vati finds a knock onto Ghost of Team I8 somewhere on the southern side, and they have to move inside the circle as well. And FS, the way they are in a split situation, let's see what's going to happen as Vati finds another player of Team I8 as well, and make it 3 players of I8 are already down. The single player remaining, can he clutch it out? I think not, because Uzum has already been eliminated. That means entire I8, no, one of the player is still standing, but somewhere else TFD is also picking fight with the plus of grounders, and they're burning in the flames as Mr. Black with that Info 16 finds not just 1, 2 players of Team Faulty Devils.
Oh yeah, and the grounders, they're certainly feeling confident, having lost out on Evil Boy, but that is something that isn't going to deter them right now, because they have 2 more eliminations to get. Sad Boy dishing out some damage onto Chapatar, but Sensi2's well, a little bit of an unwanted aggression did cost him a lot, but the trade is right there. Both these players is taking them each other down, as Siu will get that final one. And that being said, the grounders live to fight for another day, as now, well, the Rez is gonna be back on Zerbav, having that high ground against the players of I8, as he gets that knock on IQ. Does take that grenade, a little bit of damage coming in, but against Goose, where you've got Malik trying to take on that backline, so much pressure being created around Goose. What does he do at this point? Zerbav on really low HP, and Goose would have been wanting to go with that push, but it's not even matter. But Team BABLU right in the nearby areas, are they gonna decide to strike in? Especially when freestyle, they're at the weakest, but I'm pretty sure Zerbav is gonna get back to full HP in no time.
Well, certainly he will, but right now his focus is getting a knock onto the players of Team BABLU as they have to move inside the circle as well. He tried to get an opening through these grenades, but failed to do so. Now they have to prioritize the circle and avoid this fight with the players of Team BABLU, which they are trying to do so. And so the players of Team BABLU, they are not interested in this fight. They know the importance of prioritizing the circle, which is exactly what they are going to do so. But I think they will wait for the players of Team FS somewhere on the periphery. But we have Team Quoty also in the close proximity, and Khan with that mini is peppering few bullets in the direction of Pan, and Pan takes a lot of damage, survived somehow, and found a safety of the compound also.
Yeah, for now at least, Bablu, they're safe. But this circle, that is what I'm getting more interested in. Where does it take that shift? Metershot Sky, they've gotten that eastern area to themselves. North Esports and well Zen would try and close in on the gap. But look at Zabaf being victim to the play zone over here as Osama preps up his grenade. We were talking about that high ground advantage that Team Star have, and they can capitalize on this. But at this point, Jojo, in fact, a new addition for 52 Esports, he's taken quite some damage. 5911, one of those players trying to lead the charge over here, has taken a little bit of a damage over here. Not too much concerning though. He's trying to find out angles. Maybe he'll just start spot out Osama over there. Now he wants to retreat. And with the grounder shooting from the far off rate, it's going to be really difficult because Jojo, he's been taken down, and next could be 5911 as the grounders are having their work cut out. But they have also taken quite some casualties in the form of Siu, and now Firo, he's inside that little compound but with nowhere to run.
Well, certainly, and Mr. Black with that vehicle might be looking for a race onto CU, but 52 Joker is also in the close proximity, which can become the ugly thorn for Team Grounders. They have to deal with two teams right now, and their own teammate was taking a hefty damage from the side. But right now, somewhere else, Freestyle finds a knock onto the players of Team BABLU, and Pan is the last man standing. Let's see if he can clutch it out. But no, from somewhere else, Team Quantum Rage comes in and eliminates the last man of Team BABLU, and Team BABLU bye-bye at 13th position.
Oh, they certainly do. And well, that is not what they would have wanted, but Firo spotting out Mr. Black will be spraying down all those bullets at his vehicle as Joker would exactly do the same. But has he found it? Any knock those Sensi 2's buggy just flipping over? That's not a good sign. And there you go, Joker taking advantage of that situation. Now Mr. Black left all by his lonesome, but look at Gravity. Oh, just bursting down the vehicles, and 3 of the players of Triple Esports, they're right out in the open. Rex, just the lonesome survivor, the last survivor in fact of this particular team. He's got himself spotted out. How does he get inside the zone, Shadow?
Well, let's see how he's going to do so. He has a vehicle, but Gravity is not going to let things go so easy for Rex for now. But Grounders, they are still reluctant on picking the fight as they find a knock and a confirmation also on Joker of 52 Esports. But Mr. Black, he needs to heal up really fast, but he was fighting against the blue, and that is where he lost the fight, and play zone comes into picture, and Team Grounders gets eliminated at 11th spot. Now Team Stars still holding on to the periphery on the western front. The 2v2 split, but the two players, they have to deal with the entire squad of Team Quoty right now, as Hunk is looking for an opening with that grenade. He's looking to buy some time so that his teammates can provide the required cover fire and the backup which these players need right now. But Team Quoty, they are not stopping for anyone, and God Fury finds a confirmation onto Rex, the last man of Triple Esports, and Triple Esports bids bye-bye at 10th spot.
Oh yeah, they certainly do. And Team Quoty, understanding the gravity of situation, want to take fight against Team Star. Well, Hunk's position is going to be very crucial, because look at him. He's got that little low ground to himself. The question is, are Quoty aware of that little intervention he made over here? But now the zone kind of shifting a little bit towards that eastern side, to where the players of Metershot Sky are. This is where, Quoty have to try and avoid taking fights, rather have to focus on getting a very good place inside the circle, because Quantum Rage, they're making their move. And if they get there, then it's going to be such a tough task for Quoty to try and come in. But Regicide also trying to do the same, making some quick rotations over there. Goku spotting out the players of North Esports. They tried to land a couple of shots, but nothing really did connect.
Nothing really connecting for now, but Quantum Race, they have 3 feed points and a complete control of the southern side of the circle as well in their favor, so maybe things will work around. In fact, the only compound in the circle is in the hands of North Esports, which I think Quantum Race sooner or later will try and contest, but Zen is also in the close proximity. But Team Quoty, They have to move inside the circle, and Team Star, they are losing on their player as a confirmation is coming onto Sultana as a three-man army. This is the moment when they have to move, but they are getting shots from somewhere else, and the vehicle explosion takes down not just one, two players of Team Star.
Oh yeah, and this is something that we were talking about, right? These teams kind of delaying their rotations and now having had to pay the price. But Quantum Rage getting the better out of the players of Team QWERTY as well. But QWERTY are the ones not backing off without a fight, as you can see the players of R3D. Well, one of them, Shaw, he's gotten himself mixed up. Well, Ash has no idea. Oh, he's gonna get shot from the backlines. There you go, getting taken down. And it was Hawk in the meanwhile getting that finish, and Metershot X Sky, just when we thought they were looking really strong, they've crumbled. And now just survived by two of those players. They have to at least get those position points in their favor.
Well, certainly the late rotation worked for at least someone, that is Hawk, getting few good defeat points in his favor. But right now, Quantum Race, they are going up against the players of Team QWERTY, and Gravity with that grenade looking for to buy some time so that he can bail out his own teammate, can provide salvage to the fallen comrade right now. But Senior, but that M416 is looking onto the side of Reggie's side as Nocto. He needs to patch up really fast. Shard is still bleeding out, and QWERTY, Reggie's side, Quantum Rage, all the three teams fighting amongst each other. Let's see which team is going to come on the top, as we have 52 Fito also on the backlines, and Noki already being the anchor in the circle for the players of Team Reggie's side right now. And Sirius takes a lot of damage. Right now, all the players are rushing towards him. Can he fight Gravity over there? But no is the answer, as Gravity puts down an end to Sirius, and with that, 52 also gets eliminated.
Oh yeah, they certainly do, and that also marks the end for Team QWERTY, as like anticipated, Quantum Rage really making T2's T20 QWERTY's life hell. But Regicide, they're another thorn that they have to deal with, but they've got their problems of their own, as North Esports really inching in closer to get the chicken dinner. Maybe if they still have a little bit of that compound inside the circle, but they need to have a better spot, because if anybody from Regicide or Quantum Rage takes that to their names, then it is done and dusted for these lads, as the final 5 remain. In the next 10 seconds, we have the circle closing in, and this is where Zen from Team Magnus is still surviving, securing those important position points for his team when it was much needed, as Sirius gets knocked down by Roshan and Quantum Rage in a little bit of a trouble. Now they have to, just try and bail out on one of their teammates, or maybe try to give that rest, because anytime soon they have to get inside the zone. And Regicide have a really good spot, especially Noki, but Zen's position seems to have been compromised, as he might take a peek anytime soon. Does manage to fire a few retaliation shots, but still having not found any success. Maxi will spot out Zen in the open, will get that final finish, is gonna be Avenger, and that marks the end for Team Magnus Esports.
Well, certainly, but Meteorshot Sky still two-man standing, but North Esports is the team with the maximum numbers advantage. All the 4 players still inside the lobby, and Sirius, he has to raise his fallen comrade, that is Goku, but grenades are being lobbed in their direction. That is not going to help Sirius, and he is right now he's standing as a two-man army along with his teammate. Right now they have to fight with the players of Team Reggie's side. The only little bit of the ridge is providing him the cover, and with that AKM finds a knock onto the player of Team Reggie's side, that is a shot. But looks like Gully Boy is the one who will steal all the thunder. But no, the defeat point goes to Sirius.
Just reloaded at the worst possible moment. All he had to do was just connect that one shot, and he missed out. But the grenade being cooked over by Ash. Now, Metershot Sky have done some decent damage to the players of Regicide with the help of Quantum Rage. Of course, the shot's not really connecting. Finally, it does, as Gully Boy finds yet another success, as Nocto this time. He's the one who's the victim over there. There's no chance that Baz or Noki can really go on and get that rest back up, as North Esports finally a commanding position for them, as Nocto will finally bleed, and Knock Knock has been knocked down by the players of Quantum Rage. They are definitely the ones who are putting up quite some fight, as Baz, the last remaining survivor, just hiding behind a tree.
Well, certainly he is hiding. He needs to hide, because North Esports, they are hunting for the players, because they have the majority of the control of the circle. One of the player, Avenger Obi, already having the control. But right now, the way North Esports Zameen is moving, is walking in the close proximity of the two players of North East, Metershot Sky, I'm sorry, and Regicide Bars, the only player surviving 70 feet points, and maybe he's looking for the cover behind that airdrop, and he can go for the crucial level 3s also. But right now, Gully Boy Zameen is in front of him. Can he take him down? The gun goes on the reload, and Zameen, the rig, the height advantage, everything is in favor, and he has a teammate also to provide the backup also.
Oh, he certainly does. Gully Boy, he has to take it all on towards himself. Does not succeed though, as Avenger from the backlines at the perfect angle. And now Ash is a lonesome survivor for Metershot Sky as Roshan is charging in at his direction. Is he going to succeed? That's the big question. And he did manage to put up quite some fight, but could not land the final nail in the coffin. But that being said, Bars, the lonesome survivor for Regicide, has brought his team to that top 2 position. But can he, have some more casualties being dealt? Yes, does manage to get that knock on Avenger. Will try to go after Roshan. If he does manage to get this knock as well, could have been really, really amazing. But does not. And there you have it. North Esports succeeding in their endeavors. Another victory in Miramar, their strongest map. 9 eliminations. Finally pushed them to that 12th spot in that overall rankings.
Certainly North Esports, the numbers advantage in the way they were reading the circle, the way they were having a perfect position inside the circle, every single time worked in their favor. Kudos to the IGL and the Assaulter. So everything is working in the favor of North Esports, and certainly I have to agree, they have a strong foothold on the map of Miramar.
Oh, they have. That's unquestionable. And maybe next time I'm gonna have my predictions on North Esports, because they have been cheeky, right? If not in any other map, at least Miramar is where they find that consistency. But that being said, we're going to talk about this game and much more, but after this short little break. Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. After the short little break, of course, this event is sponsored by Oppo F21 Pro, and they are also the sponsor of the PUBG Mobile Esports Pakistan region, and we love them for doing that. The kind of support they've been showcasing to us, thank you so much. But then again, talking about the game over here, ladies and gentlemen, the MVP has to be Senior from Quantum Rage with 3 eliminations to his name, 790 points of damage. And the way this lad has been playing was really amazing. Again, Quantum Rage off to a really consistent game. Not the chicken dinner, but still have themselves right where they want to be all the time.
Certainly, Quantum Rays, this could have been their game because they were coming from the southern direction, but they were picking too many fights. But Senior, well, he was always standing out, and he's an MVP. Along with him, the players, we need to focus on our gravity. Always gravity from the side of Qwerty with 4 elimination, and Vaz from the side of Regicide, and we have Avenger OP from the side of North Esports with 4 elims, and Hawk from the side of R3D with 3 elims. And the way R3D became that ugly thorn for the Metershot Sky players, well, Metershot Sky didn't like, because if I remember correctly, out of 3, he got 2 defeat points right on the players of Metershots.
Oh yeah, I mean, the way it went on, right? Avenger, I think, I really felt he could have also been the MVP, especially providing those important, impactful frags for his team. But regardless, I mean, a win is a win, does not matter. I mean, as long as you get those 24 points in your pocket. Regicide, again, a consistent run from their side, playing the way they wanted to, and surviving when things really went against them, when they were being pushed in by 2 teams. I think the grounders also played pretty well this game as well. I mean, initially with the way they started off against Team BABLU, did not seem to stop at all. T20 Qwerty, they got themselves in so many dire situations, and eventually managed to pull off 11 points, so they're going to be happy about that. But I8, 3X, Triple Esports, all these teams uh, did not kind of have an outing that they really expected. Even Team BABLU losing out on two of their players right from the very start, and it was such a tough road beyond that. But I think this game was a nightmare for the players of 3X. No caps.
Yeah, certainly, because they managed to escape from the clutches of one team just to walk in front of another team, and the way they
Then
were taken
another.
down, then another, yes, and the way they were taken down, they were not even picking up a fight. They just wanted a safe compound to hold on to. That was quite hurtful for 3X Esports.
Oh yeah, that definitely was. And well, I mean, with the way things are going on right now, what do you say? The ground, I think, really impressed me with the way they performed. Right, they took on those compounds they wanted to. The trades were spot on. They were getting those knocks. They were getting those finishes. For Team BABLU, it went all spiraling down the hill. But this was one of those beautiful knocks that Gravity secured. And this is where, he got himself those 4 finishes, at least 3 secured for him. Securing it all. Mr. Black, could have done better had he resorted to bandages first, because it was a 4th circle. Little bit of bandages and then a first aid would have done the job really well. But Zen, surviving for his team for such a long time, and you could see right towards the end, there was not much remaining. But still, Baz managing to get that one knock. But had he connected this one, had he still had his 3x on, maybe could have dealt with Roshan. But regardless, I mean, still a beautiful game for Regicide as well. Have managed to secure some good, decent points of damage. But T20 QWERTY, they're the ones who are going to be leading the charge in the damage graph.
Certainly, 1666 damage, 7 elimination to QWERTY. Quantum Rage also close to 1600 damage. They were dishing out 5 elimination. They have converted to. On the other side, Grounders also and Regicide North Esports also had their good amount of share in terms of damage and elimination points. But Team Magnus, they were completely absent in this one. 0 elimination and a not so good performance despite having a circle in their favor.
Oh yeah, I mean, not the kind of a performance they would have wanted, but it's all right. It's all gonna reflect on their overall rankings as we take a look at Regicide finally being on top, but Quraysh not far behind. Did not play that game, so it's all right. Now they're even, and Regicide showing consistency in the 2 games that they got to play prior to this have proven their mettle. But Freestyle taking the 3rd spot, still sticking on to it as H2E, Magnus, they're on their way down. As both these teams are now even Stevens, but Magnus, look at them, they have played that 1 extra game, and so have the players of 52 Esports and then North Esports, getting themselves to that 7th spot, and this is where they're going to be hungry and wanting for more.
Certainly, they are always hungry. They need more points. North Esports also sitting on the 7th spot after taking a jump of 4 points, courtesy to this game, sitting on 7th with total of 94 points. And TOF, well, they have taken a downfall of 3 points. But talking about the teams that failed to make an impact and are still on the bottom are Faulty Devils. But still, Faulty Devils are picking up good fights. They are going for the defeat points, and that is the problem. Only 5 placement points they are having, but 27 elimination points, more than the Grounders, who are sitting on the 12th spot.
Yeah, I mean, the Grounders, I mean, this is needed for them, right? And this was such a good game where they kind of started stepping up in terms of their elimination departments, right? Look at that, 25, out of which majority came in this game itself. Metershot X Sky, courtesy to that circle, they had the favor of the zone for quite some time, but not for long. But the other teams, it's not been a good story for them, everyone sort of going down. But yeah, Quantum Rage, like you said, right? This is one of those teams that we can expect to see them always in the top 4, but this week hasn't been the best of it, but it's all right. But taking a look at that final game that we have for you guys right now is where Group A, they're going to be sitting it out, and Magnus, Star, BABLU, 52 Esports, they're not going to be playing this one, as now teams from Group B, they'll be back into action. So TUF, Quraysh, H2E and TmW finally making their way in back again. And this is where we kind of start thinking, like, who's going to be ending at the top of the table by the end of the evening? That's the big question, because this time, I think the battle for the top is kind of really competitive. Not like, week number 1 or week number 2, where in week 1 we had I8 completely just, stomping their way through the lobby. Same in week 2, where it was about Magnus. But this time, This week is about getting conditioned. This week could be just anybody's. And this brings us to the most favorite moment, Shadow. Predictions. Who do you think is going to walk off with the chicken?
I want H2E. I don't know why. I want H2E to
The
get a
feeling.
win today.
You're having that feeling in your gut. And
Yeah.
I can understand for all the good reasons, right? But for me, I mean, I would have also said for H2E, but I'm going to be a dreamer. I'm going to go for Quraysh. I'm going to go for the hat trick that they're on to. And if they get it, we'll have a second hat trick of this tournament. And what a lovely way to have it, right? No, in fact, the third hat trick, if I'm not wrong. Yes, the third hat trick coming in. Third is always special. And let's see if Quraysh can get it. So Quraysh Esports for me, H2E for you. So we are going all in on group number B. But right now, I think other teams also have a lot to prove. I think this also could be Regicide's game, because the kind of momentum that they also have for themselves, I think speaks in volumes for how good or how improved they are. But for 3x Esports, I don't know what to say. All they wanted was to kind of keep themselves away from violence, and can't really help it when you're in a map where everybody is after you.
Well, they were trying to go for a unnecessary rotation. They were inside the safety of the circle. Had they held their ground over there, maybe they would have survived for a little longer. But talking about the other team that can also be looking for redemption is Magnus Esports, because this time they don't have any point in their favor. They were taken down pretty early with no elimination points at all. So maybe Magnus will be looking for a redemption this time.
Could be Magnus's game, because today hasn't really been the best of their days. They've been trying, they've been engaging in fights. It was kind of a little scary for them towards even in the map of Erangel, where they got eliminated pretty early on, and then after in the second game of Erangel, where they tried but didn't really come out through. And this is a game, right? A fresh new map, maybe a fresh new outlook, as we set sail, ladies and gentlemen, into the desert. And there we have it, the flight path trajectory going all the way from Junkyard towards the trailer park and the southern side. It's going to be a little difficult to reach out to, but the teams dropping off on the northern areas, they're not going to have any trouble.
Certainly, that makes it Quantum Rage, because they like dropping towards the northern side, and last time they missed it, so that also brings a point that Quantum Rage might try and get this time the big win, the 15 placement points, because they have the capability. And in the map of Miramar, they have good performances also, so maybe let's see what's going to happen. But the team that likes dropping towards the southern side are going to be again I8 Esports, North Esports, the winner of the previous game. And this time Team BABLU is not present. So maybe Team H2E is also there. And they might go for a Valedilmar split.
I think, I mean, they do have that luxury, right? They can go to Valdemar, they can even drop her down at Minas del Valle, Minas del Sur, Los Higos. They can go for that 1-1-1 split. But first, they need to find vehicles. And this is one of the games where, teams dropping at Montenuevo, I think Regicide in this case are going to benefit massively from. Or maybe even 3x, if they do not decide to, tuck their tails and run somewhere else. Have a really good spot inside the zone this time around. As TUF, they're heading towards Chumasera. Quraysh Esports at the eastern side. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult game, but could work out if they kind of try and rotate from that southern side, because that northern and the eastern area, that's all clustered up.
Well, certainly it is clustered, and TmW this time they are in the house of the boss, that is Hacienda. But in the close proximity, we have the players of Team Koti as well. So let's see what's going to happen. But 3x, my eyes are going to be on 3x Esports this time, because whatever happened last time, that was very unfortunate. And in these kind of circles, 3x tends to perform really well, because northern rotation they rarely go for. It's always a linear formation, linear split. They go for towards this side, which they are having right now. But on the northern side, they have the players of Triple Esports who are running high on confidence this particular week.
Oh yeah, I mean they certainly are, and the way, it's all about how confident if you are if you figure out the circle, if you figure out all the right things for yourself. But for now, I mean, we don't see any of those fights breaking out ASAP. Of course, Los Leones again being taken over by I8 and North Esports. North Esports maybe could get that second also for themselves, but getting a chicken dinner, moving on to the same map again, kind of makes you a little confident about how you want to approach that. And H2E just whizzed past through that glider. I really thought they would, take it on and then just fly. They are, anyways. And we would never encourage you to do that in real life. Not try that. Could just end up with a lot of broken bones and in the hospital if you are lucky.
Yeah, definitely in the hospital and a broken
If you are
vehicle.
lucky.
If you're lucky, and a broken vehicle also, which is hard to buy at a young age, which these players are having. But talking about the players who are in the Leones are I8 Esports. This is also one of the team that is struggling, but right now they have a team in the close proximity, North Esports. We tend to see North Esports and I8, they never lock horns with each other. They coexist in harmony in the city of Los Leones some way. But now is the moment when North Esports might try and pick fight with I8 because they are the weakest right now, and this is going to help the case of North Esports in ranking up those crucial points which they are looking for in every single game. After getting those big wins, they have the confidence also. So I want to see one of the team going for a head-on fight with I8 or Magnus in their drop.
I would also love to see that, but I think maybe we'll have to wait for the grand finals to begin. Maybe then the possibilities of it might occur, because at least for now, they haven't really spilled all the beans, right? We somewhere deep down in the back of our minds think that these players have still so much more to offer, and that's the right thought. I'm really surprised, over the fact that TFT they've decided to drop down at El Pozo, right? I really thought that Picado was their home, but has been sort of swapped with the Grounders, where they're the ones heading towards Picado, getting the loot done, and almost around the center of the map. But 3x, I think, in my opinion, have one of the best spots, especially access to those hilly areas. If they can just get that loot done really quickly and get that spot, that aerial view to themselves, maybe could redeem themselves in the second game of Miramar.
Well, they should be looking for redemption because last time they didn't get any point and they need those points, especially in the very last week. But talking about the team that got two big wins today are Quraysh Esports. Well, they are a little far away from all that commotion and the circle also, but if they head towards a direct rotation from La Benta, they might face the plus of Team FS also. But let's see which path of rotation they are going to opt for, because right now they have all the resources needed for a close frontal battle. They have those M4s and the UMPs, the healings also, and the armor also, all the resources required for any kind of a fight. Quraysh Esports have it in their hands, their bags are full. Let's see if they can rank up the points also, the defeat points also. But on the northern side, we have Quantum Rage, and Sirius is looking for a early rotation inside the circle.
I think he has succeeded in doing that, no questions over there. So he's done that first, he's crossed that first hurdle, so he's gonna be happy for now. But right now, look at that, QWERTY again being aggressive right from the very get-go. They have spotted out one of those players over there, and it is gonna be Kurama who's taken some decent amount of damage. M7's position, I also believe, has been figured out. M7 trying to just find that little bit of a ridge, giving enough time for Kurama to kind of breathe and get himself replenished to full HP. But at this point, TMW, it's kind of wise for them not to pick a fight, at least against QWERTY, because this is one of those teams that never really does back off.
The firepower of QWERTY. In fact, in the last game also, Team QWERTY, they kind of lost that fight when Khan was taken down pretty early. Then they retaliated, and the way they turned the tables around in their favor, this team, despite being at their weakest point, they can still turn things around and work it in their favor and eliminate the opponent team. So this is one of those team I think you shouldn't work at all, especially in the initial circles, because in the close compact, it's hard to beat the plus of Team QWERTY. Credit goes to Gravity also from their side. Gravity is the star player, no doubt.
Yeah, I mean, 100%. Last season, I would have debated it with maybe Voltrux, and Voltrux is still consistent. Don't take me wrong on that. But the kind of impact that Gravity is creating, exactly filling the shoes of Rahman. One of those players who kind of is on and off always with the team. You see him, you kind of feel delighted, and the next moment he does not play. Kind of breaks your heart. Such a promising player, but he had his own reasons. But moving on. TmW just kind of smoking their compounds, making sure that they do not get any kind of unwanted balls of destruction in the form of those beautiful little grenades. So right now, M7 still having that hail control to himself, trying to spot out maybe a little bit of a chink in the armor of the players of Team QWERTY.
Certainly, QWERTY is looking very good, and the circle is going to close in. Right now, the second circle, let's see where it is going to phase out, and it is concentric shift. Majority of the teams are going to find themselves inside the circle or on the periphery. Very few rotations might be coming from the side of Quantum Rage or Metershot Sky, who are still taking the damage of the blue. But this fight, well, both these teams are pretty stubborn on picking this fight, TmW and Team QWERTY. Well, QWERTY, on the other side, they can afford to pick a fight. TmW, they need the points. They are on the bottom. And serious, what just happened? He fell to his own knock.
Oh, that's what happens when you eject from... or maybe just blow yourself over. But at this point... 420. Trying to inch in that gap. Sensitive getting exploded while he was trying to traverse around Reaper. Gets caught. Picture precise precision coming in from 420 boy as Gravity decides to charge in. Kurama firing a lot of shots, but Gravity makes it alive in to save covers as Khan being his savior over there as Hayan tries to cook up a grenade, will try to lob it just preemptively. 420 boy somehow manages to dodge it around as Gravity prepares to cook another one of his grenades as Hayan comes out in the open. A prone shot coming in for 420 boy, and this is why he is signed to this roster, coming in new from Team BABLU. He had to prove his mettle, and there you go. The IGL Khan in a little bit of a troublesome situation. Gets some cover fire coming in from Voltrux's side, and instantly has to prone in. Needs to patch himself up, but he knows the moment he decides to do that, it's going to be Gravity and Khan pushing from two different directions. There you go. Not an issue for this young lad Gravity as he gets that final finish, and TmW, they're out of this server.
I was talking about TmW can't afford to have bad games, and they poke the strongest beer in the lobby, that is Team QWERTY over there along with Gravity, and now they become the first team to get eliminated. But still TmW has showcased few good performances from their side as well. Maybe next day will be their day, but right now Faulty Devils, a team that is trying to rank up by earning defeat points and lacking the placement points. Let's see what's gonna happen as they're trying to pep a few bullets in maybe a vehicle that is rotating nearby. I have to see which team is that. Maybe it is the Grounders, but right now North Esports, they are looking for the players, and the compound, the very compound they are looking in is shared by the players of Team Freestyle right now, and Mom2 specifically is there, and Freestyle, they are in a split situation. If by any chance North Esports decide to ram in their vehicle in that very compound, Mom2 is up for a 1v4 fight.
Oh, he certainly is. But the point is, are North Esports aware that he's just that lonesome player over there? If they do, they would have already, gone for the push right now. But we're still waiting for that circle to close in at this given moment. As North Esports, the winners of the previous game of Miramar, well, one of their strongest maps so far. Look at how well spread they are. But a little too much in the open, but not too concerning though, because from where they are, just have Freestyle around them, at least for now. It could change any moment, any minute, because I see there's another team coming in, but that has to be the players of Freestyle and Quraysh right beside North Esports. But this is the shift. Oh god, we were not really expecting, right? And this is where maybe Shadow H2E might just have that chicken dinner that they were searching and yearning for so long, but so difficult for the boys of QWERTY to actually try and pull off this rotation, especially with 3x right in front of them, with Meteor Shot Sky right beside them, and same can be said for Quraysh Esports. Every single team rotating at the same time, and this is gonna be absolutely chaos.
Especially on the northeastern side and the complete eastern side as well. This is where I8 might have a possibility of getting a good spot inside the circle because they are going for a complete southern western rotation. And the western side of the circle is right now completely empty. Yes, Triple Esports is on the northern side, but still I8 can find a good spot for themselves. But maybe they can have North Esports also on the back of their tails, which is not the case right now. But let's see which path I8 is going to choose. Because if they're heading towards Ladria, well, TUF is going to welcome them, and that is something they don't want at all. And Faulty Devils, right now, they have a compound for themselves towards the northern side, complete northern side. But so many teams are going to rotate from that position. Is it the right spot to hold on to right now? I think
mean,
yes.
Maybe and maybe not. It all depends on how many teams are gonna want to push. If you have two teams pushing at the same direction, definitely not. But yeah, Regicide could certainly get that chicken dinner for themselves if they play their cards right. But H2E, I feel they've got the best position right now, including Triple Esports. A little bit of those hilly covers is what you need at this point, and so difficult, especially for Qwerty to try and get in as Mary gets spotted off. And 3x Esports this time again. Tyrant trying to move around, but still Gravity spraying down all those bullets at his direction. Miracle just outside a little bit, but hasn't been snuffed out yet, as Team Qwerty's worries for getting inside the zone sort of get real, because they need to find that opening. Definitely too late to go for a longer rotation like the other teams, as Kratos does manage to land a knock onto its Ash from Metershot Sky.
Well, certainly, Metershot Sky Ash all by himself, as rest of the two players are somewhere little far away. One of the player Gully Boy is in a very close proximity to the players of Quraysh Esports, but right now Qwerty, well, fortunately Boy, courtesy to the smoke, Healthy's position has been given away, and 420 Boy from that position, does he want to pep a few bullets or he's going to prioritize the circle? I think he's going to prioritize the circle. That is a mature decision coming from this side. But right now he's also walking in the close proximity to Gully Boy, and we have some other team on the uphill area as well. But right now Healthy, he has been spotted down by 3x, and 3x Esports managed to take him down with that. Miracle also finds a knock onto Khan of Qwerty.
Finally 3x trying to get their revenge, the sweet one. As Khan gets finished off, Gravity goes down as well. And this is not turning out good, as Quraysh Esports, they have to get inside the zone. Reminding you, ladies and gentlemen, they are on their hat-trick as Money gets picked off. Now, this is not a good news, especially when you are caught off in a situation like this. Jaguar and Hasni trying to close in on that gap a little bit, as Rafe and Hasni might just meet each other anytime soon, just bombarding this compound with all those grenades to themselves, as Hasni still trying his level best to survive over there. Gets a little bit of cover as Destroyer knocks him down. The Faulty Devils at this moment, they're putting off a standoff, and now Quraysh Esports are on the receiving end of it, as Jaguar has no cover to play around. Still somehow trying to hold on to his horses, as Sad Boy just continues with the spray. As the moment the smoke dissipates will mark the end for Quraysh Esports, as they bow out at the 15th spot, and the hat-trick being denied by the Faulty Devils.
Well, certainly, but Faulty Devils three defeat points for themselves.
Aww.
But Quantum Rage, they're also in the close proximity, and they find the confirmation with Sad Boy just when his teammate was going for the rescue mission. But Kane, this is a moment he can't save his fallen comrade, and he has to move inside the circle. But Quantum Rage, look at the position. Kane, it's not going to be so easy. He has only 3 first aids to work around with, and I don't see any vehicle also in the nearby proximity. So that means Quantum Rage is not going to let him pass by so easily. But Kratos, unfortunately, gets taken down by Anubis.
I really thought that maybe Kane would use some smokes. He had them. Could have saved 2 of his teammates, at least 1 at that very moment. 2 is of course better than 1. But Regicide having the center, the epicenter of the zone over here to play around with. Triple Esports still having that little bit of a high ground advantage. H2E, they've gotten themselves really split up from the pack, right at the western side. They have no business in this fight that's happening in front of us, as R3D Esports trying to get inside the zone, and let's see what happens at this point.
And Voltrox is going to find a knock onto Edgar, but Virus will retaliate and take 420 boy over there. Voltrox, he needs to patch himself pretty fast, and TUF, they are also losing onto the player as Team Grounders is also doing a third party. No, they are fighting with North Esports over there, but Ashad finds a confirmation onto Edgar. TUF, how they are going to survive in this situation, let's see. But right now, a team that is looking very good with a height advantage is going to be Triple Esports, and they already have their eyes set onto the players of Quantum Rage. Quantum Rage, for now, they have a hard compound for themselves, hard cover for themselves. That means they are safe as long as they don't come out in the open. But somewhere else, R3D are looking for a confirmation on Gully Boy, and they are going to do so. And Hawk with the TmwEsports earned himself and his team one more defeat point. But I8 has been eliminated now by the players of Team FS.
Okay. And, well, I'm not surprised anymore. I8 just getting shredded apart. The Faulty Devils also, you know, finding their way back home. But this circle is all about the next shift, right? Who does it favor? Does it take the central shift? Or is it going to go somewhere else? Triple Esports. This is the advantage that I was talking about. So much of those visions, but yes, Regicide, they indeed look like to be, you know, getting that little bit of a vengeance this time. If they play their cards right, could end up with a chicken dinner as the grenade goes in on towards Roshan. As Evil Boy charging at his direction, just trying to spray down a couple of bullets with his arm. Now resorts to his grenade and want to ricochet it off, but before that, Roshan directed towards him, but eventually just backed off. A little bit of a cat and mouse fight going on over here, in which Evil Boy stands supreme as Mr. Black really unable to provide cover fire, as he's looking out for all those players that are trying to get inside the zone, trying to deny their entry.
Certainly, so many teams are still on the northern side away from the circle. That makes it Quantum Rage, Triple Esports already trying to move inside, but Goku has already been taken down. That means Quantum Rage, they have a job to do. They have to revive the fallen comrade, get the vehicles ready, and move inside the circle as soon as possible. But right now, the team in the epicenter is going to be Reggie's side, with the numbers also, all the 4 players in their hands. That means it is their game to lose, at least for now, and they are already running high on confidence. They are picking fight with the plus of Grounders as well as the plus of R3D, who are trying for the rotation, and Hawk's position has been given away, and Sirius from the cheating angle gets him down.
Yeah, and now Assad, nowhere to run and hide. How does he get inside the circle? Did build up that smoky little path for themselves, but to no avail, as Destroyer is sort of getting destroyed over there, taking so much of that damage. But Ash at the same time being very cautious, being very vigilant with the shots that he's trying to take. Zabaf getting knocked out by Knock as Sirius lands yet another knock, taking down Destroyer with that grenade. Ash trying to close in, but Regicide says not into our territory and just thwart him out, as Voltrox kind of surviving. As Faddy does have that M249, needs to get that revive on towards Anubis. Has now 3x and Quantum Rage, both right in front of R3D. The lonesome player, Faddy, needs to get inside the circle, but how is the big question.
How is the big question, and let's see if they can do so. On the other side, TUF Virus is also bleeding out his own teammate Joker Sir, taking the brunt of the blue, and H2E has been eliminated. Now Quantum Ray, they have made it inside the safety of the circle, but Miracle is still hiding. The last player of 3x Esports, he can be that ugly thorn for at least one of the player of Quantum Rage. The minute he's going to find a knock, he's going to go for the confirmation, and he's just waiting for that single opportunity to spot the player out there in the open, no chance of a rescue or a revival, so that he can get the confirmation and the defeat point as well. But maybe he's looking for the placement points. But now the circle takes a concentric shift. That means the chances of Miracle earning more placement points are slim.
Very slim, especially when you're just on all by your lonesome. As Goku somehow does get taken down by Joker Sir, as Bars decide to get that finish stolen for themselves, as TUF, they bow out at the 8th spot. Regicide still having the best compound inside the lobby. They're going to be so happy. But look at Miracle. Can certainly disappoint the players of Quantum Rage, as Tantanatan has no idea of his whereabouts. Now, the way he's moving, I really thought that maybe Tantanatan could have a little bit of that sound going in. But no. He's still oblivious of the fact that Miracle is right beside him, not even paying attention. Miracle, on the other hand, is waiting for that perfect opportunity to strike. Along with the blue, he goes in. Maybe now is the time that he steps up. Now is the time that he could have taken the shot, as we are elsewhere. Miracle goes out in the open, but no, not in front of Tuntunatun, as he lands that final finish, and that marks the end of 3x Esports journey, at least for the evening.
But Tuntunatun survived from Miracle, but Psycho of Triple Esports found a knock and confirmation onto him. Now Triple Esports and Quantum Race, they have to pick this fight against each other. This fight is inevitable, and Goku finds a beautiful knock onto Hunter over there, and the zone is already closing in. Both these teams, they will be taking the brunt of the blue, and Quantum Race Senior knocking down player after player, but Thugs comes in from the backlines, takes him out also, and puts an end to Quantum Rage. Triple Esports, well, they have survived, but is there enough time to go for the race and the rescue? I think there is enough time, but Reggie's side, they are keeping a close eye onto Triple Esports as well.
Yeah, I mean, Reggie's side, they know that they've got this in the bag. No way they're gonna lose this one out. I mean, what are the chances if all the players just come out in the open? Even despite that, I don't think they're gonna miss out on this, as Wasi has been taken down. Baz will secure that finish, as Triple Esports trying to close in, get inside the circle, but the moment they come out in the open, that's where the trouble really arises. But Thug trying with all his might to get his teammate back alive. I really felt that Psycho might just carry his teammate off, but that is not happening over here, as he's just making sure that Rex comes a little bit more closer. It's all about those desperate attempts that Triple Esports are going to make, and if they time it right, if they can cause the player of Freestyle maybe to get a single knock on Regicide, maybe it is a little bit doable. But it's all about the next circle shift. Who does it favor? Does it go out in the no man's land? No, this has Team Regicide all written all over it.
This is their game to lose. This is definitely their
100%.
game to lose. Until Mom to do something miraculous and ruin the chances of Regicide getting this one in their bag. But yes, Triple Esports, they might also try to do so, because they have all the numbers, all the 4 players alive. And let's see what's gonna happen. As Thug, position of Triple Esports, all the 4 players are joined at the hip. Fortunately, there is no team in the projectile of the grenade that can be lobbed in their direction, but certainly the Scar L will come into the picture, and Noki takes down Hunter, gets a confirmation, instant confirmation as well. A mistake of coming out to the open, and now Triple Esports, they are surviving as a 3-man army.
Yeah, I mean, if Nocto just lands a perfect grenade, just could take down the entire squad over there. But there is that artillery strike coming in from Triple Esports' side, just trying to apply a little bit of pressure on Knock Knock over there, as Nocto finds a different angle. He is not going to let them get inside, while Ashad and Knock Knock have that duty to not let Momto in, and they have succeeded. And this is where now Regicide can focus all their attention towards Triple Esports, as Psycho still somehow manages to knock on towards Knock Knock over there, as Ashad on really low HP. Well, they are pushing in the right manner, as Ashad needs to patch himself up. Before he does that, gets a beautiful knock while he is prone in. No way that could have happened, as Regicide still holding their fort strong.
Well, they are. Noki is down, but a revival can come in easily for now. But Ashad gets a beautiful knock, and Nocto gets traded off in an instant. That means Regicide Bars is still looking for a knock onto Psycho over there, and Noki, crawling his way towards the position of Psycho, might want to give his position away to his teammates. Let's see what's going to happen. Molotovs are being deployed, and Psycho has already been eliminated. I'm sorry, Psycho gets a defeat point. Now it's a 1v3 situation.
It certainly is. Now Regicide, they're going to make it 1v3 from 1v2. This was the perfect time for him to strike, but Ashad being the one trying to just delay, trying to get that revive onto its Knock Knock. And once it happens, now there you go, wasting no further time. They are pushing at Psycho's way, as he goes out for a spray all out, as Psycho does try to put that last stand, but does not really happen, as Regicide, ladies and gentlemen, are your winners of the final game of Miramar for the evening, with 14 eliminations to their name. But huge commends to the players of Triple Esports for bringing it this close. For a moment I felt maybe had Ashad just messed up, or he made a few little mistakes, then Triple Esports could have snatched this chicken away. But regardless, could not stop the inevitable. Regicide still walk out strong with that 14 eliminations chicken dinner to their names and 29 points. And I think in the overall rankings, at least of this week, we know where they're going to be heading to it.
Certainly, they are in a very good spot right now, but valiant effort from the side of Triple Esports as well.
No
They
doubt.
didn't have too much land or the area to work around with. All they had was a little dip, which was not working in their favor, and Circle was also not in their favor. So, Triple Esports, valiant efforts from their side as well as freestyle. This was a good game from their side as well.
Oh, indeed was. But we're gonna talk more about that after this short little break. All right, we are back, ladies and gentlemen, and what an end to this evening. I mean, Quraysh did miss out on their hat trick, but Regicide, I think, really consistent performance. Did manage to get that #2 in the previous game, but this time made sure that they come out swinging, get that chicken dinner, and on top of it all, had to be Ashad, this young man coming in with 7 eliminations to his name, just defending out from the center of the circle. And I think the best moment was when he was barely at 10 HP and still somehow managed to clutch things out, and that speaks in volumes of the potential this player has within himself, an untapped area where he's finally starting to discover himself. As now taking a look at the other players, Knock had to be there, but it was Psycho who did so much inside that particular game, but Quantum Rage Senior was dishing out quite some damage along with Goku, but did not last long.
Certainly, the survival time in the favor of Quantum Rage is not so much, but yes, good damage and good elimination points are already in their favor. But Psycho, yes, good placement points for Triple Esports and good elimination point. In fact, a very good day for Triple Esports is coming on, but it was Team Reggie's side that came on the top in this particular one, courtesy to that compound which they were holding an S. Ashad's clutch at that moment. But in the match ranking, also Regicide is in the top with 29 points, followed by Triple Esports with total of 18 points.
Oh yeah, I mean this is exactly what Triple Esports wanted, right? More points for them. It's a race against the survival, and they have to make sure, if not the chicken dinners, they're still having those 15, 18 points, and if they can continue or carry forward this momentum, I think we might see some surprises in the grand finals this time, some surprise entries. But freestyle again, a consistent one from their side. Quantum Rage just doing Quantum Rage things, nothing really surprising or out of the blue. As the other teams, again, I8 just falling prey pretty early on. TmwEsports not having a good time. H2E took a huge gamble which did not pay off, got slapped back right at the faces, could not even get inside the circle. But that being said, we finally are done with all the games for the evening. Clearly could have said this was Quraysh's day with the way they performed, but Regicide also showed their consistency, in the games that they were playing. They were showing that zeal, that hunger, and it finally came out through. But down the line, I mean, it was a Miramar game which really favored Regicide. I mean, they were the zone magnets this time, Shadow. No denying that.
They were attracting the zone, or maybe the IGL, the skill of the IGL of reading the zone was on point. It could be either ways.
It certainly could be. I mean, right from the start, we were kind of, we just witnessed that one curveball where the circle went a lot towards that western side, right? And from there onwards, Regicide had one compound. They held on to it. The circle kept on coming down there. And Triple Esports, I mean, they had such a nice spot to themselves, right? Especially that little high ground that they had, and could have done so much. But it all begun with this, T20 QWERTY just going in for squads after squads after squads, but a little too much on their plate sometimes. Just got picked off. 3x, still did put up a fight, did manage to take down Khan over here, got their sweet little revenge, at least for a little while. Even Quraysh, they were denied that luxury of getting that hat trick. And H2E, this is how they, started crumbling down. They had all 4 players while they went towards the western side, were survived with just 2 while they were retreating. Oh, they had nobody there. And the Grounders did put up a good fight. Today was also a good day for them overall. But yeah, it was a Regicide game.
Well, certainly, it was Regicide and Triple Esports in terms of defeat points. Also, they had good defeat points, and Quantum Rage, Triple Esports became that ugly thorn for so many teams. Quantum Rage as well, but Regicide, well, they couldn't defeat Regicide because Psycho is all by himself. And in the damage graph, also, it is all about Regicide, Triple Esports, FS, and Quantum Rage.
Oh yeah, I mean the damage graph has to be dominated by the teams that either held the higher ground or had the center of the circle, and that was the case in this particular game. And really thought the other teams, maybe North Esports, I expected a little bit more out of them, did not deliver. Same goes for I8. They had no avenues to kind of get in. That moment they tried, they were a little late, and so many teams are already clustered up and on the peripheries of the circle. But this brings us to the overall rankings, ladies and gentlemen, where we find out where do these teams lie over here as we start off from this week. And I8 still at that 19th spot, and I'm starting to wonder if they will even play this week's bonus map. But we know I8, they kind of tend to surprise us, but it's a little too late for surprises. The maximum they can get maybe is towards that top 6 or top 7 position, because even after having a really bad shaky start in week number 2, they still managed to end up at the 3rd position, if I'm not wrong.
Well, certainly, they managed to end up at 3rd spot. Even they work on the placement points because in terms of the defeat points, they are faring of decent, not good, decent. If they manage to grab good placement points, maybe they can come on the first page, like you said, maximum till the 6th spot, where right now is Triple Esports with a jump of 3 points and 109 points to Triple Esports. But on the top, we have Regicide with 153 points.
Oh yeah, and well, Regicide, they're gonna be feeling really happy about it. Finally, a little bit of a commanding lead that they have created. But Freestyle, like I said, right, they've been so consistent today, especially those position points. Look at it, 79, and that shows how good they've been. H2E also, they tried, but wasn't their Miramar game to win. And Quraysh Esports, a little bit of a dip, got eliminated pretty early on, but finally we're seeing that little bit of a segregation, at least in that top 3 that we have. But right below, it just could be anybody, right? Even if Triple Esports get a chicken dinner right from the start of tomorrow's game, then they could be the ones at maybe that 4th spot, or maybe even higher if they play their cards right. Quantum Rage, this time they're kind of sporting a comeback. 52 Esports has been one of their best weeks so far, still at that 8th spot, but have dropped down 2 spots. But look at that, not a lot of difference. Get 8 more points and they will be equal with Triple.
Well, certainly they will be equal. But talking about the leaders, the defeat elimination leaders, in terms of the numbers, it is going to be Gravity on the top with 108 eliminations, and followed by Finisher from the side of Magnus Esports with 92 eliminations in his hands.
Oh yeah, I mean Gravity, Finisher, these were the 2 lads that have been consistent, have been delivering. But Jaguar, like I said, right, this lad has been showing what he's made of. Look at how good he's been. But Uzim, Blade, clearly missing out on this week, and they've been kind of spiraling down again, like I've been saying, right? Especially Ghost, he needs to wake up from his slumber that he's going through. It's a dippy phase. Every professional esports athlete, or maybe an athlete, faces that at some point of his career. He started off with a shebang, but suddenly just kind of, the sparks kind of fell left away. And now Knock Knock is definitely catching up. Faster is catching up. IQ is on a fall. And Joker is making his mark felt. We've been talking about this duo, right? Joker, Redker, these players, even Virus, as a matter of fact, another player who's always been consistent for TUF, but wasn't really the TUF day, the day that they would have wanted. Clearly seen brighter or better days, for sure.
Well, certainly TUF, but they have improved. Initially in week number 3, the way they were so scattered, they were taken down one after another. At least they are sticking together, and Edgar, he has clutched it out and so many times. That is why he's in the kill leaders as well. But in the overall ranking, well, no one is touching Magnus Esports because they have got a big lead in terms of points, 658 points in their hands. I8 Esports, despite the bad performance, still having a good lead with 582 points, sitting on the 2nd spot. But now Quantum Rage, they have taken a jump of 1 placement point with 480 points total, sitting on 3rd spot.
Yeah, I think it's just leaving I8 and Magnus aside, the competition is still pretty much on. At least could be anybody's, because Quantum Rage, Quraysh is 5 points. Then even TUF or Freestyle, any one of them has some good games. They can also get themselves into the zone. QWERTY relying heavily on the eliminations, need to really work out more a little bit on that position points. But this is not what I'm. This page is not what I'm interested about. But this is where exactly I have my attention at. 291 and 304. Triple Esports, they're definitely inching in on the clap. If Meteorshot Sky does not pick up the pace up, you never know, Shadow. They might just lose their spot, and 3x at least a little comfortable for now, but can't really be too complacent. But for TmW, I think it seems like it's the end of the road. There's no chance on earth that no matter how much they try, they're gonna succeed, because with just 8 more games remaining, they've got a huge hurdle to cross, and it is certainly looking like a monumental task for them.
Agreed. I totally agreed on that. But Triple Esports, well, they still can contest the position of Meteorshot Sky or maybe a team above them, because the way they are playing, things might work in their favor if they keep up the consistency. But talking about today's winner, Team Star got the win in the very first match of Sanhok, followed by Quraysh Esports, 2 wins in the both Erangel. Then we have North Esports getting a win for themselves in the map of Miramar. In the last Miramar, it was all about Regicide dominating in terms of the damage, in terms of the elimination, even in terms of knockouts also.
Yeah, I mean, I think Regicide is one of those teams that did always have it in them, right? And today, and in fact, in this particular week, they are showcasing what they're made of, and we're proud of what they're doing. And I love this, every single week, some team, contending. And this time it's all even Stevens. It's just not, Regicide solo dominating. It's so many other teams also. Quraysh coming in. You've even got Freestyle. You've got H2E in the mix. A little bit of Magnus out there also. And then the surprises, sometimes Star gets a chicken dinner. Sometimes, somebody else gets a chicken dinner. But yeah, for the big names, few of them have fallen. Some of these teams are really well adept at picking up fights. Even we saw North Esports, what they can do in Miramar. Have to work out a little bit more on the other maps as to how they're supposed to play and perform. But that was pretty much it, ladies and gentlemen. That is all we had, for this day, because 2 more days of action remain. 8 more games for each of these teams. 10 for you. No, I'm wrong. It is 11, including that bonus Livik map. And then we find out who our top 16 teams are going to be. And that being said, ladies and gentlemen, Shadow and I, we're going to be taking your leave. Do not worry, we're going to be coming back tomorrow with another set of 5 matches. Till then, take care and have a good night.